So, good morning, everyone. Morning. Welcome back if you've been with us for the weekend, and if it's your first day, buckle up. No, just because it's always such an exciting experience to have contact with Bashar and experience this warm and loving and supportive energy that is actually representative of the energy of the universe, which is a nice thing to think also. So today's session is really special because Bashar is going to be channeling Willa Hilla-Chrissing, a hybrid being from 700 years in the future, and she's going to be sharing with us information about the first level of mastery. And this is really the first level of engaging more deeply with nature and with the cosmos and all the representations in terms of, well, all the sounds and the animal consciousness and the mineral consciousness and what else? What other kind of consciousness? Nature spirits. So if any of those have become more and more intriguing to you, I think you'll find this is a really exciting day with what we'll learn. Upcoming sessions in November, on November 3rd, we'll be up in San Francisco, Oakland area, and the name of the session is Shedding New Light on Negative Beliefs. So Bashar is going to take us deeper into really understanding those negative beliefs and how to work with them so they don't overwhelm you. And then on November 17th, the session's entitled Interdimensional Portals and Where to Find Them. So again, always intriguing, amazing things coming through Bashar. And I think that's pretty much it. We do have a session at the end of November, beginning of December, right back here again with Bashar for 3 days for the holidays. So hope you'll join us on this exciting adventure with Bashar. And I think that's everything. So it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the very talented channel for Bashar, Darryl Anka.
Everyone, please have a good time. I will see you later when I check back in. A little say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. Thank you. Thank you once again for the co-creation of this interaction and allowing us to experience through each and every one of you and all of you together more facets of the multidimensional crystal of creation. This transmission begins with the idea of bringing through another being you have come to know as Willa, who will be speaking about the idea of the first level of mastery called the cryptic, engaging with each and every one of you to allow you more ability, more opportunity to engage with your true nature and also with the different aspects of nature, which is the way in which you remain grounded, connected to your world, so that you can more easily stretch your senses up to the higher dimensional levels without any worry that you will become ungrounded. This is the first level of mastery. It doesn't necessarily have to happen immediately. It is a process, and there will be many, many chapters in this process that will share with you, not only this day, but also in your upcoming December transmission. She will take you through the next phase of the first level of mastery and connect you very specifically at that time to a nature spirit that is the winter spirit, and that will be a very powerful connection for you to experience. But for now, allow us a moment to help make adjustments in the vibrational connections that we utilize with respect to the channels so that we can help facilitate Willa's connection so that she may communicate with you. One moment. All right then, how are you doing, my cookies? Oh, shush. Now then, allow us an opportunity to begin to explain the ideas that we would like to share with you today about the first level of mastery, called the cryptic. Before we go into some of the details, allow us for a moment to explain something that is a little bit different than what you might typically be thinking about when you think about the different forms of life upon the planet. In our time, what you call 700 years of your future, what we call upline, we have gone through the arrival of the hybrids, the deconstruction and restoration of the planet in many different areas. Sea levels have risen somewhat. So many of the cities that you may be familiar with on your coasts are now ports and have reconstructed themselves in a variety of ways. And many areas on your planet that you're familiar with now are no longer above the surface of the sea. One such area is what you are in your area called Florida, which now lies under the water and is a large area of marsh. But the idea is that it has now been cultivated by many of those who have learned to harvest and grow food upon the surface of the sea in a variety of collectives, in different kinds of pods where they desalinate the water and use it for the growing of many different forms of plants. These kinds of clusters exist now in a variety of places around the planet in my time, and take advantage of our understanding of the cycles of nature in a variety of very efficient ways. So this is one of the changes that will be experienced upline in your future upon your planet when you go back to something that is a little bit more natural where you began. But first and foremost, we would like to explain the reversal of some of the patterns that you have ensconced in your minds about what you think of the different expressions of life on your planet. For many of you, for many, many years, have been thinking, well, and we know you call them the kingdoms, and so we'll use that term for now, even though that is a term we no longer use. But the idea of the kingdoms, you talk about the idea of the animal kingdom, and you talk about the idea of the plant kingdom, and you talk about the idea of the mineral kingdom. But you usually think of these things as a hierarchy, starting with yourselves and going into the animals and going into the plants and going into the minerals. And in fact, it's exactly the reverse. For the mineral kingdom is on top, in a sense, because your whole planet is made of minerals. The earth is a mineral kingdom. Gaia and the consciousness of the earth contains the idea of chemistry and minerals and elements and how they combine and recombine. So they determine the state of being of the entire planet. In that sense, the minerals rule the earth. And then the extensions of that and the recombination of the minerals brings you the idea of the plants that extend like antennas from the ground, where the seeds are planted and allow the earth to reach out to the cosmos through those antennae. And the plants also determine many of the aspects of life upon the earth. They are the first level of life as you understand life to some degree. But they are very, very alien to you. They exist in a very different way, in a very diversified way from what you understand yourselves to be as the animal kingdom and the human kingdom. Because they don't necessarily exhibit exactly the traits that you have. And so for many years, you have not necessarily recognized their abilities, although you're beginning to do so now. But you must understand that it is the plants that, again, are the ones that control the idea of all of the life on earth. You do not. The plants do. They have their own community, and the way they regulate things in nature, in life, determines everything that you experience as a human. Plants, many of you do not know, can actually see you, literally see you. For every single cell in the leaves of many plants are actually small lenses that allow them to interpret images of light and shadow. And they can thus have eyes everywhere. And so when you walk through a glade and you walk through a forest, they're looking at you. They're really looking at you. For this is how they can also mimic other things. And how they do many of the things they do is because they have more senses than you think. It's just that they don't necessarily have it centralized in the way that you do, in your brain and on your head with your eyes. And the idea of their root systems is every bit as complicated as the synapses in your brain, so they think with their feet. And their roots are connected to other roots of other plants, and you understand that plants are not necessarily exactly individuals in the way that you are, but they are colonies in many cases where their roots are all connected by the mycelial fungal networks under the ground that allow them to pass nutrients and information to one another where and when they need to balance themselves out around the entire planet. So you must understand that the way in which it's important for you in the animal kingdom and the human kingdom to connect to nature in a variety of ways is to really first understand that the plants are the ones that have created the environment for you to be able to thrive. And they're the ones that balance the environment for you so that you can thrive and do many of the things that you do. They are the ones that determine the way the environment and the way things work around the planet in terms of balancing the weather and many other aspects of your world. They're the ones, again, I'm just using the colloquialism, they're the ones that are running the planet, not you. Now, the idea is you are in and can be in a much greater symbiosis with them by connecting in the ways that we will be talking about this day of your time. And in forming this kind of symbiotic connection with them more and more strongly, you can then work in harmony with them to be stewards of the world, stewards of the planet along with them, for you're not above them. You can be equals with them and understand how everything is interconnected and start understanding whole systems, because it is the segregation and separation and compartmentalization of yourselves that have allowed you to feel so disconnected from your natural beings, your natural selves. But when you can start seeing things and understanding things as the plants do in whole systems, as nature creates it to be, then you will understand how you fit in, how you can symbiotically blend with them, and how you can have more of the synchronicity of interactions with them. And this can grow day by day. Now, after we discuss some of these ideas of the first stage, the first level of mastery in becoming a cryptic, where you can talk to the plants and hear the plants and start really communing with nature in that way, we will then, in successive chapters, also be talking about how you can dig deeply into the communication with minerals, dig deeply into the communication with animals, and dig deeply into communication with nature spirits. But there is a thing we would like to say about the nature spirits at the moment before we continue. And that is, you have to understand truly what their nature is, because you have the idea, at least to some degree, that there is a collective consciousness that you call Gaia of the earth. And it is an energy form. It does have an energy component. What sometimes the messenger you call Bashar has called electromagnetic energy. Fancy title. But the idea is that it is a substance of sorts. And the nature spirits can take what appears to be physical form, but they are not really physical in the way that you are. They are taking advantage of this plastic energy to give themselves temporary bodies, to present themselves in your world in the way that you would recognize and understand as a being. But they can blend back in and disappear back in to that ocean of electromagnetic energy. That is how they can come and go and disappear and appear magically before your eyes. And is also why they can be shapeshifters, because they can present themselves in many ways in that electromagnetic energy and crystallize it temporarily into what you would call a physical form of their liking, whatever it is that is most reflective of the agenda they may have in their agreements and communications with any of you. So you will understand that while they have a quasi-physical reality of their own, and while they have their own way of relating to one another in a variety of ways that you may not even be able to imagine yet, but we will talk about at some point, you can realize that you can begin to invite them more and more, as was happening in the past, downline in your past, where you interacted with them in a more natural way, and they were willing to present themselves to you that way in whatever physical form worked at the moment that would be most representative of the dialogue they needed to have with you and that you needed to have with them. So, after we discuss this, we will be open to having a little bit of dialogue with each of you if you wish, answering some questions that have to do with what we're talking about today, or things that have to do with the hybrids upline in my timeline 700 years in your future, or a variety of other topics and subjects that we are happy to discuss with you. But first and foremost, after we complete this interaction with you today, I will have a little bit of a surprise announcement for you. And this will be a lovely thing to share with you because it is way ahead of when this will happen. So we are giving you what you call a sneak peek. We are allowed to do this today, and we are very grateful and appreciative that we have been given this particular opportunity to share that information with you, for it is very important. Even though it hasn't happened yet, it is very important with what's happening on Earth today. And it will also be very important for determining exactly what parallel version of Earth each and every one of you decide you're going to experience upline in your future. But before we get there, allow us now to dig a little bit more deeply into the idea of the first level of mastery in becoming a cryptic. And this will necessitate that those that are excited and passionate about taking that path and really beginning to understand how to get into that first level of mastery, you're going to need to spend a lot more time among the trees, out in nature. And the first thing to do is to find a tree that attracts you. Now, first and foremost, remember that the idea of the redwoods and the pines and those kinds of trees are the ambassadors of the plant kingdom to your world, to your human beings. So you can find them, but you can also find a tree that works for you. It doesn't necessarily have to be a redwood or a pine, but they are the ones who are tasked in that sense among themselves with communing and communicating with the different animal kingdoms as ambassadors and as delegates in that way. Nevertheless, find the tree that works for you. And the more natural, the better. The more you can lose yourself and be surrounded by the trees, the better. Now, the first thing to do is understand, it's very important that we understand that you may have to go to another place on your planet to do this if you're not finding the correct scenario in your particular area. It is very important in this first level of mastery and in this first stage that you go and find a tree that attracts you that is in some way, shape, or form within earshot or within sight of a stream or a brook or a river. Running water is very important for this first step. Where you are in an area where the trees have the ability to drink deeply of this water that is nearby and flowing through them. Because what you're going to be doing in this first stage of becoming a cryptic and the first level of mastery is you're going to be sitting between the tree and the river. Position yourself somewhere where you are comfortable going out in nature in this way with the tree at your back and the river in front of you, whatever stream it may be, that you can hear the water burbling along in some way, shape, or form. And with your back to the tree, whether you're actually leaning against it or not, doesn't matter, but with your back to the tree and the river in front of you, you're going to allow yourself to be quiet for a moment, and you're going to allow yourself to hear the wind in the leaves and the branches of the tree, and rustling them gently and softly, or perhaps a little bit more strongly, depending upon the wind of the day. And you're going to allow that sound of the wind through the tree and the grove in which you are ensconced and the sound of the river and the water and the babbling of the brook to begin to mingle together in the center point that you have positioned yourself in. And as you begin to sit there in that meditative and open state, as you begin to hear and blend the sound of the trees and the rustling of the leaves and the wind and the babbling of the brook or the rushing of the waters, then there is going to be, in that center point within you, as you blend these things together in your imagination, a third sound that you will introduce into that. And that third sound, whether you can actually literally physically hear it or not, doesn't matter, you can imagine it, will be the sound of your beating heart. So as you sit there and become calm, and you hear the wind through the trees and the babbling of the brook, then you bring into that orchestration the beating of your heart that is calm and rhythmic, along with the sound of your breath. So you are producing two sounds, the tree and the brook are producing two sounds, and now you have this quatrain, you have this quadrant, you have this four-corner sound that you are creating, that you yourself with your breath are mimicking the wind through the trees, and you yourself with the beating of your heart are mimicking the babbling of the brook as the water cascades over the pebbles and the rocks. And you are then exemplifying and reflecting those two sounds within yourself and bringing that all together in a beautiful symphony within yourself in that way. And allow yourself to experience this for no less than 15 of your minutes, so that in those 15 of your minutes, your brain will start to entrain to those sounds, to that state of being, and will begin to rewire your brain to accept in and receive and allow you to become a better antenna for communication from the trees, for communication from the water, for communication from your heart, for communication from your breath, blending them all together into one beautiful sound, one beautiful song, and just sit with that and allow it to sink in. So that when you decide then to get up and begin to take a journey through the forest, you will bring that tone, you will bring that sound, you will bring that symphony with you and carry that with you, no matter where you are from that point forward. It will create a specific state for you that will allow you more affinity with nature. This is the first step. It is the step that I have gone through. It is the step that all cryptics go through, and it will bring you into not only more communion with nature in that way as the first step on that journey, but it will also, because time is irrelevant, begin to bond you with all cryptics, including myself. For we will reinforce that for you, for we are of a kind, and we know no matter whether upline or downline, where and when you are, we will be there for you energetically, in soul and spirit, reinforcing and magnifying and amplifying your ability to connect into our stream of consciousness so that you yourself may understand what it means to be a cryptic in the first level of mastery. You have just begun this journey for those who are passionate about doing so. And then we're not in any way, shape, or form implying that all of you have to be. But for those to whom you gravitate in this vibration, in this state of being, we welcome you into this world and into this reality that is the world of the cryptic. For it is quite magical, and many, many more things can happen in this world. You have just begun this journey. Does that sound like fun, my cookies? All right. All right. Now, we are allowed some time to commune with you. So, now, please understand, if you have questions for the messenger that you know as the Bashar, hold on to them. If you have questions for me, that is different, and we welcome them at this time. What would you like to discuss, my dear?
Oh, well, thank you so much. Update on Lily.
Yes.
Been going to the tavern,
Yes.
having fun. But what I want to talk to you about is she's getting ready to do channelings for the parallel lives.
Well, won't that be exciting?
Oh, it's very exciting. I'm very excited about it.
Yes.
And she's had me, I realize that I know of probably 18 or 20 of my parallel lives.
Yes.
And I've
Which
been,
allows you to feel a little bit more like a collective oversoul perspective.
yes, thank you. And I went in researching. I got Bashar that gave some information on the oversoul. But then Lily told me, when I was thinking about how can we experience the oversoul, when I was thinking about this in June, and she said that through the parallel lives, that connections is how you get to experience the oversoul.
That's certainly one way.
Yeah, and that's the way that excited me. So I'm
Right.
getting all the information
Yes.
about my lives and putting
right.
that together.
Well, this is another reason, as a parallel reality specialist, why we created the pin charts that we told you
Yes.
about before. Because it allows you to understand your connection to lives, upline and downline and contemporary. And it gives you one of the abilities to understand the oversoul perspective as you might translate and relate it into your physical reality as well.
Oh my God, I'm shaking again.
Oh, all right. Well, have fun with that.
Divinorum again.
All right.
Anyway, but what I wanted to talk to you about is how do you work with people and who do you work with as a parallel reality specialist?
Well, a variety of beings that are interested in exploring the idea of fusing together a greater perspective of themselves in a variety of ways for a variety of purposes. So, as you say, it is the idea of working with a version of the idea of the oversoul, but it is also an opportunity to understand more aspects of time and the fluidity of it and the illusion of it.
What's the mechanics of it? Do you do like a version of pin charts for them or?
Yes, the pin charts are primary within the particular agenda that we use.
Okay.
This is done through what you would understand as a kind of a hypnotic state, though.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, really. I would not lie to you about that.
No, I know. So tell me about that. They're in.
Well, you do have to understand something that's a little bit different for us than it is for all of you at this particular point, because remember, we are now generations removed from the arrival of the hybrids on your planet, and so we are much more blended. You understand?
Right.
And so we have this substance called divinorum,
Right.
which is kind of similar to the idea you understand as an ayahuasca mix, but it is very different, and it is, in some senses, also calibrated to the idea of hybrids. It is not something that you have at this point,
Right.
and it is not something that you can use. The idea hypnosis will actually form a similar pattern of energy within the consciousness that will allow for a stronger way of getting in touch with the different parallel existences that you may have made connections to, and allow you to engage with them, not only that, but also bring them together in kind of a holistic system where you can see glimpses, at least, of the perspective of the oversoul as it relates to physical reality that you are experiencing. So the form of hypnosis can begin with the first level of mastery that we just gave to you, where you are sitting between the tree and the brook and allowing the heartbeat and the breath to match the wind and the babbling. And going into that altered state, specifically that altered state, can allow you to go into the appropriate hypnotic state to allow for connection to be recognized between different parallel lives. Yes.
Okay.
So that's one way you can begin it, if you wish, or you can use whatever hypnosis technique you may have that you believe might be effective in your planet and the way you would like to do it, the way you are passionate about doing it then.
Well, I just telepathically talk with all my lives.
Well, you can do that too.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about working with others,
Other people.
they may need another way.
Is it possible, because I sort of experienced this with Lily, where I was talking with one woman and then Lily sort of connected her with her parallel life.
Well, that can happen, yes. You can do it that way. Like I said, whatever way works for you best.
Yeah, that was fabulous because she actually got to talk to her parallel life in 1865.
That can be one way to get them used to the vibration of that, so that in the future they may be able to take up that conversation on their own. It's sort of like giving them an entrainment or a vibration that they can use as a marker to pinpoint that particular parallel life for themselves.
Right, that's how I feel that that Lily will be coming through and working in that way.
All right, then if that's what excites you, by all means walk down that path.
Tell me about, I know she has her inn,
Yes.
the Stargazer Inn, and I go and visit her, and it's fabulous.
Well, you understand that that's a different Stargazer Inn.
What do you mean? You told me that was her inn.
The idea of Stargazer is someone who has the Stargazer Inn. Lily is connected to it, but not exactly in the way that you might think. This is a story for another time. But the idea is that she is familiar with the Stargazer Inn, but Stargazer herself is another being.
Oh, you told me in
I
December.
told you something different.
No, you told me
Oh,
that
no,
she
I
has
told you something different.
the Stargazer Inn. That was her inn, and go to the
I'm
tavern.
saying that she is connected to it, but not in the way that you think. There is another level to this and another chapter to this. And we gave you the basics, but we did not give you all the details of exactly her relationship to the Stargazer Inn. So it's not exactly the idea that she owns the inn and runs the inn. Stargazer does that. But Lily has a very important place in that inn, but it is a little bit different than you think. So we will let you discover some of that on your own until next time, when we will give you more details about that.
Okay, because that's really confusing.
I understand, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
We simply gave you the most simple version of the idea of her connection. But don't assume what that connection means, because there is a lot more detail to it.
Because you told me to go there, talk to her. She's the hub.
I understand.
For it.
I understand. But hub means many different things.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that she's serving drinks.
No.
Stargazer does that.
Okay.
You understand? They work together.
Then why am I going to the inn to see Lily all the time, like you suggested?
I just told you, she hangs out there a lot. And she is very important to the inn.
Okay.
And she uses the inn as a hub for certain things. But it's not because she runs the inn.
Right.
She runs what happens in the inn in a certain way.
Ah.
So you're just making an assumption on your own about what it is that she does in the inn. It's Stargazer that runs the inn overall, as you would understand how
Right.
people run restaurants
Yes.
on your planet.
Yeah.
But Lily does something else in the inn that acts as a hub for people to come and experience something very different while they're in the inn.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
So let that clarify within yourself as you move forward, and we will discuss this with you at another time as well.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Willa.
A good day to you.
I wanted to thank you for co-creating this interaction.
It is always our pleasure, Cookie.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
some of you received some cookies, did you not? You're welcome.
I wanted to say that right now, at this stage of my life, I feel that I'm more than ever, I'm ready to be of service to humanity in a way of anchoring and transmitting love and light into this dimension.
Well, and how would you like to go about doing that then?
I'm feeling excited about idea of trance channeling. I wanted to see if you can assist
Well, it's
me in
not
that.
really a trance love. It's a state of heightened connection then. Do you understand the difference?
Can you elaborate?
Certainly I can, and it would be my pleasure to do so. The idea is it's not really a trance. It's a focus of association, higher level association and connectivity in the brain. You are conscious in a variety of different ways other than the way you might be conscious right now. But it is really a misunderstanding to call it a trance, because that implies that you're not really involved in the process, when in fact, it's about time you all became much more involved in your process of channeling yourselves. Remember that your personalities are artificial constructs, are they not? They are projections of your consciousness, are they not? Therefore, you're all channeling your personalities into existence right now. You never really stop channeling, do you?
Correct.
So you're already channeling. It's just about how you'd like to go about it. That might be an expression you're more passionate about. Yes? So how would you like to put yourself out there and be of service to others by channeling yourself in a different way than you're channeling now?
Okay, so it's about integration.
It's about integration, yes.
Yes.
Whole systems, yes.
Okay.
Is this helping you at all?
Well, it's kind of an idea that, I know that, but is there anything like my next step you would be
Well, how would you like to go about it? What would you like the scenario to look like? Would you like people to be asking questions through you?
Possibly, yes.
All right, well, why don't you gather some people to ask some questions and see what happens then?
Okay.
Because you understand, if you're just doing it yourself, there's nowhere else for the information to go except to you. Right. So why would you need to do it in any other way than the way you're already doing it to receive what you need to receive? But if you have someone asking you a question, then you can, in a sense, sort of step aside and allow the information to be grounded in them, just like an electric circuit.
Okay, I get it.
Yes?
All right. Also, I wanted to share this last week. We went to my friend and I. We went to Mount Shasta for this sacred journey that was planned out, by our higher selves, I guess.
You guess? You're guessing now.
I know.
Your higher self says they're guessing now.
Yes, and everything was great. And I just wanted to describe our last day. We decided to go on top of the mountain, and we got stuck. We got trapped on the rocks, where we couldn't get out from. And we had to call for help for the rescue team.
Yes.
And I got rescued, but my friend had to stay there and spend a night on top of the mountain.
And what happened to your friend then?
I was asking like everyone for help, my other selves, all these ascended masters, and they all told me that he's fine. It was planned by him, by his own higher self, and that he's gonna have deep experiences over there. So.
And what did you learn from the minerals in the mountain then?
Well, I learned how to connect to myself on a more deeper level.
And what did your friend learn?
I guess about same experience, but part of this question is on his behalf. He wanted to. He thinks that he had contact, but he doesn't remember, and he wanted to see what it was, and what kind of beings connected to him.
Well, as we can perceive the idea of the energy that's coming through from you, and the energy that you're connecting to your friend with, it would seem to me that the nature spirits were there.
Lemurians.
So the contact was with the idea of the mountain that supported the event and the experience of going with the nature spirits, who then gave him a safe space and a bubble reality in which to reside until such time as he could then change that.
Okay.
So the contact was with the nature spirits.
Anything you can tell him? Any message?
Is he afraid to go back to the mountain?
I'm not sure.
You can ask. But there can be, because of that experience, because of him creating that synchronicity of having to stay there, there is an opportunity for him to learn that there can be some mastery learned in that same environment. If he wants to go back and commune with those spirits, they're willing. They're willing to engage.
Okay.
You can tell him that.
All right. Also, I had an experience after the meditation, being at the bottom of the mountain waiting for him at night, and after I finished the meditation, I saw this sphere, white sphere, and a triangle in it, and I walked through it, and I found myself in the tunnels, like it felt physical. So I was just going down these tunnels, up and down, right and left, and then I found myself in a larger type of a room, or maybe a city. It felt like an inner earth city, and I saw this girl that really resonated with me.
All right, I'm going to stop you right there for the moment.
Okay.
The idea to understand is that is not inside the earth, but what you did is walk through a portal.
Okay.
And you were in another dimension that may seem to many of you to be actually inside your planet, but it's not. Now, this is very important because it begins to teach you that there are different layers to your reality. There are different layers to the idea of the earth that contain multiple dimensional levels that are still connected to what may seem to be a very physical reality, but it is not the physical reality that you started in.
Okay.
So it gives you an opportunity to understand that this is something you haven't really charted yet. And this is something that we can wax upon at some point in the future, that there are different dimensional layers that surround your earth and interpenetrate your earth. And the portals are responsible for being the doorways that can connect you to those things, even though they don't actually exist physically inside the earth itself.
Okay.
That'll have to do for now, Cookie.
All right. Thank
So
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else then?
Hello, greetings.
Greetings to you then.
I have more of a experience that I'd like to share and make it as brief as possible. Not much of a question. This time last year, I was in Brazil in a glorious rainforest.
Speak up, my dear. Speak up, my dear.
Okay, great. So this time last year, I was in Brazil in a rainforest, and I sat in a babbling brook that was flowing from the glorious mountains in the Brazilian rainforest. And
Well, aren't you a little bit ahead of the class?
I actually feel like I was initiated because there was a very mystical and whimsical tree
Yes.
that sat right behind me in front of the river, just as you described the position should have been, and that's exactly the experience that I had. And it
All
was
right,
such
then.
a beautiful experience
Yes, it
also with
is.
the smells, because it started to produce a wonderful smell.
That's another level of it.
Yes, and I also recall that the tree, as huge as tall as it was not truly anchored into soil. It looked like it was as floating, in a sense, semi-floating atop of a large boulder that was also into the river.
Yes, there are air roots as well.
Yes, it was a very beautiful experience. So I want to thank you very much for delving into that today.
It is our pleasure.
Yes, and it felt like an initiation again.
That it was.
And I look forward to immersing myself further into the cryptic world. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for your synchronous understanding of how the class was to begin.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome. And is there a third who would like to chat?
Here I am.
All right, then.
I'd like to start off by saying hello from someone else. Hello from Jess Bearer. She's down in Australia doing the cryptic work, and
All right, then. Send our regards.
I will. Thank you very much. My heart's beating pretty fast like a rabbit. I think a fox is chasing me or something.
That might be me,
It might be.
in my shapeshifter form as the fox.
When you were describing the meditation to go through with the trees and the brook, really the environment around me changed. It really felt like white mist came and enveloped the whole room, and I focused completely on the body that you're channeling through now, and it was really a powerful thing.
That's the crystallization of the electromagnetheric energy that the nature spirits use. So sometimes they will engage themselves within the idea of the cryptic meditation as well to aid and assist and bring you along. So you're getting a preview of the idea of the crystallization of the electromagnetheric energy then.
It's very exciting.
It is very exciting. There are many different kinds of phenomenology that go along with starting the path of the cryptic. Many of you will experience similar things like this and different things. And it will give you an indication of exactly where your strengths lie. And it can give you an understanding then of exactly the path of least resistance for you in moving forward along the path of the cryptic as to what different kinds of phenomenology may pop up and appear before your eyes or in your senses when you are doing these first steps into the first level of mastery.
It really synced up with me when you had mentioned the idea that it was hypnotic. I had done the spiral meditation from the Bashar that really, to me, felt like a kind of self-hypnotism that really helped me adjust and adjust beliefs and really change my reality. And synchronicities started really happening a lot.
Aye, that's the way it works then.
So I'm excited to continue this journey, and
By all means, please do so.
thank you very much.
And we welcome you.
My love to you and Bashar.
Our love to you as well.
Thank you.
Hello, Willa.
And we greet you this day.
It's a pleasure to speak with somebody so wise. I appreciate your
You
wisdom.
can't be talking about me then.
Thank you. I want to talk about a concept that I call green utopia. And I brought this up the other day with Bashar. And I'd like some advice on how to enjoy and experience the path of most allowance in that creation of the version of Earth that I prefer.
But you know, the messenger has already given you the formula. What would be different from that then, except to be following your passion to the best you can with no insistence on the outcome? Why would you think there'd be a different formula for that?
I don't think there'd be a different formula. Sometimes I'm challenged to be calm and enjoy and trust the path.
Well, that's part of the process then for you, isn't it, dearie?
Yes. And
So then you're doing the right thing, aren't you, by facing those challenges with a good heart and a positive sense of your well-being.
yes. Yes.
Well, that's all you got to do. It's all you've got to do. You don't have to overcomplicate it, unless you really want it to be more complicated. Do you enjoy the complications?
I actually enjoy simplifying the complications.
Well, then you have to give yourself a complication first before you can simplify it, can't you?
Yes. And I work with a lot of physicists and biologists, and they really enjoy complicating it.
And that's all right, because the irony is that they're looking for simplification through the complications that they create.
It's true. It's true.
I know that's probably why I said that.
And you mentioned pins and other dimensions, and I've been enjoying
Pin charts.
Pin charts. Can you tell me about pin charts?
A pin chart is simply a way of calibrating and demonstrating and showing the idea of the different connections you have to different parallel lifetimes that are simultaneously existing, some of which may overlap with your contemporary self and are called counterparts, some of which may be upline, what you call the future, some of which may be downline, which you call the past, some of which may be in parallel realities, hence the pin parallel incarnation. So it's a way of simply creating a three-dimensional chart of all the different connections that you may have going on simultaneously right now, so you can understand yourself more holistically from a type of oversoul point of view.
Oh, fabulous. I have this sense, or this is at least how I experience it, that all of these parallel realities are right here, right now.
Of course
and all
they
of
are.
This.
There's nowhere else for them to be, love.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there is only here and there is only now. So everyone has to share the same space and the same time.
And it's very visceral for me, and sometimes I find myself enjoying observing or experiencing these parallels.
Yes, well, it's very visceral for us as well. That's why I'm a parallel reality specialist.
It's fabulous. And Bashar was telling me that I have a tendency to pop
You have a
into-
what then, dear?
Tendency to...
What then, dear? You're making a choice, are you?
Yes.
Not a tendency, is it?
Yes, you're
Thank you
correct.
very much.
You're correct. I really am enjoying it, popping into other versions and the pliability of it all.
All right, well, you're getting a little ahead of the class, because that's the shapeshifter and nocturnal levels,
Okay.
where you start really establishing connections with the parallel versions, and you start allowing yourself to connect so strongly that you can actually represent the shape of one of those parallel versions. That's not the original shape that you're showing now. That's the secret of shape-shifting. You don't change the molecules of your body. You actually simply take on the reflective aspect of other parallel selves that may look very different than the way you look by connecting to different aspects of nature and yourself in those different parallel realities, some of which may look similar and some of which may not. So you're actually showing a reflection of a parallel reality to those that then are capable of receiving and perceiving it. You don't actually change the molecular structure of your body to shapeshift.
That really explains a lot. Thank you so much.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
It's like looking at a hall of mirrors and all the different angles that you see yourself, except that some of the angles in the reflections of the mirrors look nothing like you.
Yes, sometimes I look down and my arms are different kind of arms or things like that. And
That's correct. That's how it works, though. It's the idea that everything is a reflection in an infinite hall of mirrors. That's the thing that the shapeshifters understand and can use to their advantage in that way, by making a stronger connection and identification more and more, as we have begun to discuss, from the oversoul point of view, so that they can reflect and represent many of the different aspects of their parallel connections to those around them.
it's fabulous. And it's one and all related to animals and plants and the oneness. And I like that too.
And let me tell you another thing about the shapeshifters, because many of you don't really have an understanding of how it looks when they actually shift their shape. Because the idea has been presented in many of your movies and so forth and television shows, that you will just see the body sort of morphing and changing from one shape to another, but that's not actually how it looks. The way it looks is more like the idea that you would call the flipping of the pages of a book. where each page is a slightly different shape until they go from the shape they were to the shape they wish to be. So you're actually seeing them go through all the different variations to get from here to there. It can happen so fast that you barely notice it, but that's actually what happened, and many shapeshifters can slow that process down for you. So you actually see them going through that process, and it's like the flipping of the pages of a book.
Yes, that explains some other experiences too. I much enjoyed watching that frame by frame that happens a billion times a second.
That's because they are
progress in
revealing
front
that
of
it is
me.
a frame by frame experience, as we have, and the messenger has already told you, the idea of your shifting through billions of parallel realities is a frame by frame experience then. And so the shapeshifters have the ability to actually demonstrate that if they wish, each and every frame that they shift through.
And everybody has that ability. They're just
You do,
unaware.
it's just that it's happening so automatically, and you create this illusion of continuity that you don't really notice it. But you can slow it down and you can start to see it.
Yes.
And that's what the shapeshifters do. That's what they have learned to do.
Very fun.
Well, that is the third level of mastery.
And then there's 5 levels.
The nocturnal comes next after the cryptic, and that's getting in touch with the idea of the parallel realities and a few other things. And then the shapeshifter is third. And then the sage, what you would call the idea of the wizards and sorcerers and so on and so forth. That's the fourth. And then the fifth is called the wraith, where you are, in a sense, capable of becoming a quasi-physical being and having connections to the spirit world while still manifesting the idea of spirit on the physical plane as well.
Fabulous.
Yes, it is. And we'll get there eventually in the ideas that we will share with you. But first, we must start at the first step and the first stage of the cryptic so that you anchor yourself like the roots of a tree to Gaia and the earth, so that you may be very stable when you start to stretch out and explore these higher energies, and so that you do not lose your way. Because it can become very confusing when you stretch out to those other dimensions. You don't want to lose yourself or lose the theme that you're exploring. So anchoring yourself solidly in physical reality by communing with nature in a variety of ways is the first stage.
Okay.
Does this help you then?
It does very much. And
All
I think
right,
I'll
then.
save my other questions for our next communication.
Yes, because now we have some other things that are important for us to say before this time for us ends and the messenger returns.
Thank you, Willa.
So thank you for your chit-chat. So here at this time is what we would like to share with each and every one of you, because we understand that there are some very important changes happening in your societies at this time with the revelation of secrets and the idea of the balancing of the male and the female energies on your planet, which is of paramount importance at this time. Let us give you a different understanding of history. Man, and when we say man, we mean the male of the species, has been attempting to do something now for a little while on your planet. It began most in earnest with the idea that you called the space race, where men attempted to get something into orbit. This is because of an understanding that is unconscious that something needs to happen to create balance in the world within the males. They have been attempting to create their own moon. Earth, what you call the Gaia, is often understood to have the feminine energy, the Mother Earth. The moon, as you know it, also is a reflection of feminine energy in many ways. Men have no moon, but they need to have a moon. And so what we will tell you this day as a little surprise, not that this is an absolute, but you'll find now that as you begin to shift and choose different parallel versions of Earth, you are exhibiting what the messenger would call a 75% probability of going down the path we are about to describe. And therefore we are allowed to share this idea with you as a sneak peek to the probability that may happen. Sometime between what you call now And 150 years from now, Earth will capture an asteroid in orbit and have 2 moons. You'll still have the feminine moon, but now the small asteroid will orbit faster around the Earth, and it shall be called the Sentinel moon, and that will be the man's moon. And when you see that moon in the sky, and man will have his own moon, will the earth be in balance and harmony between the male and the female. For man knows this is missing. This balance reflection is missing from the male on your planet. And that is why man has been attempting to put something in orbit all this time. That is what they are missing, is the sentinel moon that allows there to finally be a symbol of reflection for the balancing of the male and the female energy within mankind. And this is the beginnings that you are seeing now, where there is all of this disruption and all of this coming out about the idea of the female expressing their power now and not allowing the idea of the fear-based beliefs that have been harbored in the hearts of men for so long to continue on your planet. This is the beginning of the breaking up and the shaking up of this idea that will, in all probability, if you continue along this path, reflect itself ultimately in the second sentinel moon. For in my time, something that has not been shared with you yet, Earth has these 2 moons. We thank you for allowing us to share this sneak peek into the probable reality path that you are walking down at this time. And we invite you to continue along that path, my cookies, so that you may join in the world that is the path that leads to my reality, where we can express the 6th hybrid race to its fullest form, and eventually one day, 300 years up line from me and 1,000 years ahead for you, begin to take all the 6 hybrid races and blend them into the 7th, which is something that will never have been seen before in this particular universe. The Anuhet. We thank you for this opportunity to experience the great love that pours from your hearts and allowing our heart to pour into yours. Our unconditional love to you, my cookies, and we wish you the best of days. Good day to y'all then. Did you enjoy your time with Willa? All right. So we may continue now, if you wish, with your questions and dialogues for us.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
It's a great joy to connect with you.
And you as well.
I have actually 3 statements that I want to share with Willa, but it's okay.
She'll get them.
Okay. So I want to say to Willa that she has brought a lot of excitement, happiness, joy, play, and inspiration to my heart, for which I want to thank you.
All right. She says you're welcome.
So for these 3 statements, first, the idea is that this summer I have been working in the Yellowstone National Park.
Yes.
And I've spent around 1 month exploring the idea of being a housekeeper.
All right.
And as I was doing this, a thought came onto my mind that housekeeping is also a form of expression, a language, but a different type of expression of the same language that could be, for example, experienced through music. So a musician could be, for example, giving off certain vibrations through its music, and so could a painter through his paintings.
Yes.
And this same effect that a musician would have on a person listening to its music, a housekeeper could have by the right structurization of energy.
It's all a form of art.
Yes, giving off certain frequencies by creating this resonating energy field in the right way.
Absolutely.
So regardless of the form, the effect that one person gets from music, another person could get from something else entirely, such as housekeeping, even though it could be perceived as completely irrelevant or small or not important.
It is not irrelevant at all.
So No matter how it seems through these different symbols and reflections, it is always the same thing, same language which is being said, the language of existence and
Yes.
all that is that we are a
Yes.
part of.
In the different dialects.
Yes, and in that way always reflecting the oneness between all things.
Yes.
My second statement, everything always reaches for the highest expression of itself. In that way, it is the most self-realized version and most true for itself, most
Yes.
pure vibration, and in that sense, showing all it is what it really is so it can know itself.
Yes.
Because existence is always about what is and is and is,
Yes.
constantly defining and creating itself anew. And so when
Yes.
something can be so integrated at such a high level of energy with such high vibrations, it shows that it is really true.
Yes.
So
That is the meaning behind the biblical phrase, I am that I am.
yes. So when we look at something, the idea is that we would perceive as very simple, such as the flower of a plant. Even a plant has its own awareness of itself, and the flower
Absolutely.
being a part of it. But this expression of there being a flower which grows out from the plant shows its unique beauty, higher energetical form, and represents its connection to the non-physical energy from which it comes from and all that is.
Yes.
And so in the same way that a plant has its flower, and in that way the symbol of oneness and reflection of connection to everything, a mountain as a collective consciousness of first density energy also has its peak, and showing this connection to the non-physical.
Yes.
And the bigger picture in its own way. Or even
Yes.
a rock would have with also a human, through its different expressions of excitement which are unique to everyone.
Yes, absolutely.
And my third name is third statement is a name of the song I want to share. It's called Ghost Lullaby. It's from a computer game called Crayon Physics. This song is very dear to me, so I want to share it, and maybe if you can tap into that reality on our YouTube, you can listen to it. And also I want to share to Villa that I am doing and exploring channeling on my own, and I'm connecting with the Yael and the Arcturian selves. So I want to invite Villa maybe to connect with us sometimes, or anyone from that reality. If someone is interested, they would be
Others
very
in
much
that
welcome.
reality will connect. Will is on a different path.
Thank you. And I would love to visit that reality maybe sometimes during my dreams.
We will see.
Thank you.
But thank you for your sharing.
Hello.
And a you good day.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk to Willa, but she'll hear.
She will know.
She will know. It's so weird. When I come up here with you, I feel all silly and good. And then with Will, I started to get nervous. So I'm just like breathing.
Oh, all right. Why so?
I don't know. I love the earth so much that sometimes I almost feel like I'm going to start to cry.
Well, that's all right, because you're centering yourself. Again, it gives you an opportunity to release negative beliefs or things that are simply no longer relevant for you, which always create chemical components in the body that when you let them go have to be washed out, and more often than not that happens through tears. So again, releasing through tears of old beliefs is a form of centering, a form of matching the frequency of the reality you prefer. So that's fine.
That's fine. Okay. So I spent about 17 to 20 years camping in woods with trees, with rivers, with lakes all
Yes.
across the United States and Europe.
Yes.
And one of the things that I wanted to ask Willa was, do I have some of the cryptic abilities with all of that time already without even knowing about her?
To some degree, yes, of course. It's a natural thing many people can gravitate to without necessarily knowing that such things have been enhanced in the future.
Because I don't remember actually seeing nature spirits. I remember pretending I'm talking to them and playing, and
You thought you were pretending.
I thought I was pretending, yes.
But again, it's one way of beginning to lay the foundation for communication that you will recognize as actual communication. So it's all right to play. Eventually, when you bring yourself into a higher resonance of being a cryptic, it will become more obvious that there is actually communication happening. Right now, you can continue to pretend to lay out the template for the communications that can occur later that you will recognize as actual communications. But they're also giving you a chance to acclimate to their energy in a variety of ways, and they also do need to acclimate to you.
Okay. I do have a lot of writings in my journals. If I went back, I'm sure there would be certain things, but...
Yes. In fact, some of the communication actually did wind up in some of the things that you wrote.
Yeah, I feel that. I want to be able to open more.
Go right ahead.
And use that or enhance it or
Nobody is
offer it.
stopping you.
Okay. So I just came back from 3 weeks in the Sea of Cortez, living on a boat.
Yes.
Snorkeling every day,
All right.
dolphins, fish,
Yes.
seahorse, octopus,
Yes.
eels, beautiful crystal water, bioluminescence at night, all the stars crystal clear,
Yes.
wet all the time, and exploring underwater, a whole new experience for me, magical.
All right.
And
how exciting.
so exciting. So after the dolphins, the last one day in a storm, a whale beached itself in our cove. No one else is there.
Yes.
And I snorkeled out to it. And I didn't know if anything was wrong. I couldn't see any wounds, but it was very strange. And I didn't know what to do. I was talking to the whale and telling the whale about my friend who would know what to do if she was here, and telling about my friends. And then I just started to sing to the whale.
Yes.
And I love you songs and silly songs. And I didn't know what was going on, but finally I sang, and then half hour or more went by, and the whale, I could see the blows, and she was so beautiful. And then I left, and then the next morning when I woke up, I looked, and I couldn't tell, but I swam back, and she had transitioned. And so I saw the wound, and I got to touch her
Yes.
all over, and she was so beautiful. It was a different kind of whale. I don't even know.
You were given a great gift.
Yes.
As you
An
explored
honor.
that being's world, she was willing to come into your world and allow you a more immediate connection, willing to give herself in transition with that gift so that you could make the connection that you needed to make.
Wow. And so I know that I create my own meaning, and I was thinking, what meaning do I attach? So this is helping me tremendously. Thank you.
You are welcome.
I feel so honored.
The whale is still with you. Just because it's not physical doesn't mean it's not with you. It is now, in a sense, functioning as what used to be called a totem for you. Wow. An animal spirit guide. Yes?
Yes.
And it connects you more strongly then to the Sirius star system energy as well.
Is that star system all cetaceans, or is it?
They're amphibious. And have telepathic connections with dolphins and whales on your planet. So they function as a bridge and a link to the consciousness of the Sirius star system.
Are they physical?
They are, but there is also non-physical consciousness associated with the Sirius system, but there is a physical race of amphibious beings. They are called the Nomos.
The Nomos.
Yes. Nom-os. Os is their name for Sirius. Nom-os. I am from Sirius. Nom-os. That's what that means.
Wow. Okay, so I have two things that were the questions that went with these things.
Yes.
Because I was so living in the ocean and felt part of the ocean, and
yes.
We washed dishes in the ocean, and then I pooped in the ocean.
Oh, all right.
And that was a huge thing for me because I've never done that in my life.
How fish-like of you.
I know, but my boyfriend told me that's what you do. It's okay. But it's really a weird experience. The water's crystal clear, right? And so, anyway, I know whales poop and fish poop, and I had just never done this before. So I started to, as we washed the dishes in the ocean and the salt water in the ocean, and we would feed the fish the leftovers, they loved it. I thought about environmental things with the ocean and Mother Earth, and how does the water and the earth handle all of our stuff that goes from cities and
When everything is in balance, it handles it just fine. There are many, many built-in filtration systems and many ways in which the molecular compositions of those things work to create more life on the earth. So as long as it's in balance, it works just fine.
I mean, I came here and I was going to ask you, is it okay that I pooped in the ocean?
Yes, yes, yes. It's fine.
It's fine. Okay.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so
You do understand, generally speaking, right, that no matter where it is you actually do that, it usually winds up
it
in the ocean
winds
anyway.
up in the ocean. Yes, it does. I know.
So you just sort of cut out the middleman.
I know. It's such a. I felt like I was like 2 or 3. You know.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, potty training. Okay, so all of the species to the climactic whale, there's so many amazing things in that ocean and on land.
Yes.
And I just synchronistically came upon an artist that does beautiful illustrations, lifelike, of hybrids and different species. And,
Yes.
and she even had a picture of Willa.
Not exactly accurate.
Okay, because I thought the hair would be wilder. She had
It
it all
is,
sleek
and she does not have pointed ears.
really okay.
She's not an elf.
Okay, okay.
Many people on your planet think she does because she was once described as having elven-like features. But that's just a description of the shape of her face and the slightly larger eyes. She's not an elf. She does not have pointed ears.
Okay, that's so good. But the thing that happened was, in these beautiful paintings was the first time I let go. I could feel fear just melting away. There was this love in the eyes of all the illustrations.
Yes.
That was beautiful. And I know maybe it's her filter of how she sees it, but I just started to think about like how vast the universe is, how
Yes.
amazing. And so then I came back to the hybrid kids because they looked so cute in those illustrations with these big eyes and so intelligent looking. And I know I have
That's
hybrid
because
kids.
they are.
They are. So I wanted to connect more actively with my hybrid kids in
All right.
dreams or before I go to bed. And I thought I could use these pictures as well. And
You can use any permission slip that works for you.
okay. So what I wondered was, when I was diving and swimming, were the hybrid kids with me experiencing?
Some of them, not all of them.
Not all of them.
No, but some of them took
Because-
the opportunity to make a connection there and have some experience and draw from your experience a bit.
Because you spoke of one in Mother and Father where one was just so hot for tide pools. And so I thought of that one and how, look at this, look at this, look at this. You would just go nuts.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Thank you for your sharing.
thank you. Thank you.
That's enough.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Wonderful to see you again.
And you as well.
All that speaking of Willa made me remember something that happened to me as a child. I used to go to the ocean and speak to the genie of the sea.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to go poop in it.
No, I didn't do that, but I did pee in the sea.
No, all right. At least that rhymes.
But I had other issues that I wanted to comment and question
yes.
on the comments. One thing is, I come from a scientific background. I work in science and engineering.
Yes.
And
Well, so do I, you know.
of course, that's why I'm asking you, why I will ask you these questions,
Yes.
if it's all right.
Of course it is.
So,
Is it all right that I may not answer all of them?
well, I might be uncomfortable about that, but
Why
can't
would you
help
be
it,
uncomfortable about that?
because I want to know everything.
You can't know everything. You can only know what's relevant for you to know at any given moment.
Thank you. At any rate, I wanted to say something about that I had listened to and very thoroughly tried to understand your discussion of location parameters.
Yes.
And use of a copper sphere
Yes.
to detect that. And in that endeavor, I actually went through a whole lot of things to actually design an apparatus to do something
All
like
right.
that.
How exciting.
Yes, it is. It continues to be exciting because it's not done yet. It
Yes.
may take a while to
That's all right.
accomplish even the first step of
At
that.
least you are actually doing it.
Yes, I got a quotation from the foremost maker of spheres, metal spheres in the world, called U.S. Ball.
Yes.
At least that's what they say they are.
Yes.
And they told me that to make such a sphere, say 100 to 150 centimeters in diameter and 1 or 2 millimeters thick,
Yes.
and hollow, completely copper, with no blemishes and perfect sphere, and all that would cost 30 to 50 or even $100,000. And I said, ooh, that's
It
beyond
doesn't
my
have
budget.
to be that perfect for the first stages of the experiment.
Well, I wanted to propose another way of doing it rather than trying to make it from either machining or possibly 3D printing, and or to instead take a sphere of FR4, which is what PC boards are made of, plate it with copper, which would only be about 1/10 millimeter thick, or about 5/1000ths of an inch thick, if people like inches rather than meters. But so that sufficient? It would still have the dielectric inside. It wouldn't be completely hollow with air, which has a dielectric constant of 4 point something.
That's going to change the vibrational frequency quite a bit.
Right.
Now, is there some way that you can create a sphere and plate it in a way where the material that you initially created the sphere with can be melted out of it?
That's what I'm thinking, but it would require putting a hole in it.
That's all right. As long as it's a very small hole, you can patch it up, and it actually will have far less impact than the idea of leaving the material in.
Right. Then I can stick a hole in one of the poles, say the south pole of the sphere.
Yes.
And inject a solvent that then will wash out the material on which the sphere was plated.
Correct.
Okay.
That will be much closer to the way you need the sphere to be.
Yeah, and then it has the dielectric constant of air, which is 1,
Yes.
as opposed to 4 or 5, which is FR4.
Yes.
So yes, that can be done with. It would be a different plastic because FR4 is not soluble. But yes,
That's fine. You can 3D print the sphere with something that's meltable.
right, exactly. Or machine it
If you wish.
very precise, more precisely than
All
3D
right.
printing.
Up to you.
3D printing is not quite there yet. It will be soon, though.
We understand.
So then you also discuss then beaming. There are 3 parts to this. There's the beaming of either an EM pulse or a sonic pulse
Yes.
at that sphere, and then listening to it, the reflection, and hearing the location parameter, say on one end of a 3-meter table.
Yes, or at least
Another.
you can actually even sometimes just strike the sphere like a bell and pick up the resonance.
Well, if that's copper, that would damage it. Because copper.
Well, I'm not saying smash it with a sledgehammer. Just very gently. You don't have to do it that way. I'm just saying it can be done that way too.
Well, an ultrasonic pulse would do that.
All right. Your choice.
And I know how to do that. I've done lots of ultrasonic.
All right.
So, but then I don't know what I'm actually listening for.
Exactly.
And can you elaborate on what I'm listening for at all?
Well, if you do take the reading in the different locations, you'll be able to suss out what the difference is and eliminate the ultrasonic pulse.
How so?
Well, in other words, if you hit something with an ultrasonic pulse, it's going to give off a certain frequency that you're going to record, yes?
Yes.
And then you move it to another location and hit it with the same kind of pulse
Right.
at exactly the same frequency.
Right.
Well, you're going to be able, if your equipment is sensitive enough, to tell the difference between the two, yes?
Right.
But then you can simply subtract the vibration of the ultrasonic pulse, and what you're left with is the actual frequency of the location.
Understood.
All right.
Yeah, I already got that part. I just,
Oh, all right.
I just don't know what it's going to look like.
Well, that's all right. You will.
Okay. And so, or you can do it with RF.
Yes.
Okay. I'll try both.
It's up to you.
But then you also, then the final thing
Yes.
is that with your craft, you shield it from the current location,
Yes.
and then you induce a vibration of the location to which you want to go.
Yes.
And bingo, when you remove that shield, so the question is, what's the nature of that shield?
You're not going to create that yet.
Okay.
That's way down the line.
That's what I thought.
But right now, you can begin to explore the basic principles with the experiment that we have suggested.
Well, I assume that, based on what you said, that if you overwhelm the object with the new location,
Yes.
it doesn't even need to be shielded.
In terms of the experiment that we are suggesting, it doesn't need to be shielded for that, because what you will most likely see is the object will simply roll to the new position.
Right. That's why a sphere.
Yes.
So
So that
that's
you are
why-
removing as much friction as possible.
So it doesn't have to be a super perfect sphere.
No, not really.
Okay.
That's why I said you can get away with something that's not that expensive.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, using the plating on plastic method would be hundreds of dollars instead of thousands and thousands of dollars.
Again, begin the experiment however you can. Take whatever readings your equipment will allow you to take and just start there. It's the beginning, the very early steps of this idea.
Okay, thank you.
See
I
what
would
you
like
get.
one other question.
Yes.
About Arcturians, because I felt a strong connection
Yes.
in several sessions that I've had
Yes.
where I felt that I was downloading information from the Arcturians.
Well, the Arcturus gate is that which allows you a vibration that helps you remember more and not forget as much of who you are, which gives you an opportunity to tap into information you need in a clearer way. The Arcturians are not physical as you understand
Right.
it, though they can present themselves that way. But nevertheless, they present a vibration that allows for clarity of accessing information that may be relevant to what it is you are passionate about.
Okay. Do you see anything specific about my relationship to the Arcturians?
Well, only in that you're making a connection to that vibration because it allows you a clearer access to the information you require.
Okay.
In other words, you recognize that that vibration exists and therefore you made a connection to it because you could use it to your advantage, which they're happy to provide.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
It's so wonderful to see you, and my unconditional love to you.
Aveo. As we have recently said, Aveo is a word in our ancient language that substitutes for your thank you, but actually means I am in service to you. Aveo, in service.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I've been having out-of-body experiences.
How exciting.
It is exciting. It seems to happen at times out of my control, and I'm trying to gain a little more control of it.
Why?
Sometimes it feels awkward where it happens, very high energy days.
Yes.
Just sometimes feels the inappropriate.
So
place to
do you
use.
notice a pattern of when it seems more likely to happen based on your energy state?
Yes.
Then if you want more control over when it happens, why not then recreate that energy state when it is more convenient for you? You can create the energy state without necessarily having to do the things that normally happen when that energy state occurs. But if you know what that energy state feels like, then you are capable of recreating it when and where you wish. Yes?
I see.
So you're given the opportunity to recognize what the vibratory state is that is conducive to the out-of-body experience. Therefore, even remembering what that felt like actually puts you in that state, even if it doesn't feel exactly the same, because you have to be in that state to even remember being in that state. Because you cannot imagine what you're not the vibration of. So that's the trick. Remembering what it felt like to be in the state means you're already in the state, or you wouldn't be capable of remembering what it felt like.
I had some vibrations going on, last month during the meteor shower.
Yes.
And I felt this zap from a star far away. After the zap came through, something came through me and was speaking, was talking with my friends there. I was
All right.
partially aware of it while it was going on.
Yes. And how did that feel?
It was very exciting.
All right. So that's another marker you can use to get into the proper state, is remember that state of being, that energy, that vibrational experience.
The being said it was Esasani. I'm curious of that.
Could be. Wasn't me, but could be. We will have to explore that further at another time. But right now we can validate that it may have been a Sasanian vibration, yes.
Much love to you.
And our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
Pretty good. I have a few questions. So, we need clarification on the colors of the directions of the landing pad. Which color goes with which direction?
Find what you call the American Indian medicine wheel and the colors they associate to the 4 directions, and that will be correct.
Okay. And then a question about plant medicines. What is a recipe we could use that is close to divinorum vibrationally using the ingredients on Earth now?
Well, ayahuasca is close, as we said. It's not exact, but it's close.
Okay.
Because as long as it contains DMT, it will be very close, but it won't be exact because divinorum is specifically made for hybrid genetics of our kind. Nevertheless, ayahuasca that utilizes DMT will be close enough for the state that you're in at this point.
Okay, and then could you tell us the physics of Bufo alvaris, the 5-MeO DMT? How high in vibrational states does it take us when smoked?
Well, there are different stages, different specific strata or spectra that are at different frequencies that will allow you to connect to different things. It will only go so high because it's only relevant at a certain frequency, but the frequencies themselves are not what would make sense to you. The amount administered, the amount taken in those measurements is what would make some sense to you. Are you familiar with a book on your planet called DMT, the Spirit Molecule?
I've seen the documentary on Netflix.
All right. Well, it does give you some indication of what the different amounts, the different doses are that will be representative of the different frequency spectra. So you can start there with your research.
Okay, and then we are planning on using ayahuasca and Bufo ceremony journeys to raise our vibration high enough to make face-to-face contact for the contact specialists on Earth. Will this work towards this goal or no?
You are mixing the ayahuasca with what?
Well, we're not mixing them together. The different plant medicine ceremonies, ayahuasca ceremonies, and then the Bufo ceremonies.
What are you defining as Bufo?
The 5-MeO DMT from the toad?
Not from the toad, no. Do not do that. It will take you in a completely different place. That is not the correct mixture.
Okay. And then...
Base it on plants, not the animal.
Huh. All right.
There will be a substitute for that. Do not use the animal secretion. It will take you in a very different place. I guarantee you don't want to go.
Okay.
Especially not if you're blending the vibration with the idea of also using the ayahuasca. Find another path that has to do with plants. Yes?
Okay.
All right.
And then you mentioned in an older transmission that you would be landing in Sedona. Are there other races, such as the Yael, to make first contact landing there?
Well, as we said, the Yael will be the first hybrid species to make contact openly with your world. We won't be the first. in that way. The Yahyel will. And Sedona is definitely one of the places.
Okay, and then what is the vibration needed to be able to reach full telepathic communication?
It depends. But when telepathy is experienced in people who are bonded in that way and matching each other's frequencies, so they're having the same thoughts at the same time, usually the frequency is above 200,000 cycles per second.
Then can you tell me which vibration I am at now?
At this particular moment, about 113,000 cycles per second.
Then I have one more question. Do I have any hybrid children?
You do.
How many?
The idea of telling you how many has to do with how much of your genetic material might be in any of them, because it's spread wide and thin for most people who are part of the hybridization agenda. But for those children that have more than 15% of your material, you would say it's averaging about 15 to 17.
Okay, thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Hello.
And you good day.
Thank you. I want to ask you about a process that my higher self has taken me through many times.
Yes.
It starts by me sending my consciousness through the sacred space of my heart.
Yes.
And then for a while, I was thinking I ended up in the fourth dimension.
You are in the fourth dimension now. Remember that you have 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time in what you call your 3rd and 4th density physical reality. So you are in the 4th dimension now. Maybe you do not understand the idea of dimensions clearly enough?
I hear what you're saying. I just feel like when I go through the space of my heart, maybe it's that I'm no longer in the 3rd dimension. Or what is the space that I'm in?
You are talking about ideas of density, not really dimensions.
Okay.
So you are shifting when you take the consciousness and filter it through the space in your heart, you're shifting more into 4th density.
Okay.
That's the higher level physical reality. Yes?
I think so. I think I get it.
All right.
Okay. From there, I meet, some of this seems maybe metaphorical. I'm not certain, but I feel like I meet with my higher self.
Well, yes, that's not metaphorical.
But there's usually some kind of physical representation.
And that's fine, because the higher self may realize you need that particular image as a permission slip for the communication to occur more easily for you.
Sure. Okay. And then my higher self typically shows me it's like I'm above planet Earth, and
yes.
There's a pointing towards the Earth, and I follow where it's pointing, and I land in, well, I call it a scene, but it's probably just a parallel reality of me. It's in some other different age sometimes.
All right, yes, and this is a typical perspective for the higher mind to be able to look into the different chambers of time, yes.
Okay. So it's a chamber of time where I'm looking at a scene of something that is occurring.
Yes.
And it's for me to look at a belief that no longer serves me.
All right.
So
that is a wonderful technique.
It's been very helpful. So after I'm done looking at the scene, I'm presented with something probably metaphorical. It's a big red button.
Yes.
And I press the button, and the scene breaks apart and disintegrates.
All right. How creative.
What happens? Is anything happening when it disintegrates?
Yes, you're rearranging the template reality so that your physical reality will follow suit. You understand that everything physical starts in the template level energy, non-physical reality. There is like a blueprint reality that is non-physical from which physical reality takes its form. So by creating this kind of a scenario, you are reconstructing the blueprint so that physical reality can change based on the changes in your belief systems that you have now let go of.
That makes sense.
Yes, I know. That's why I said it. Does that help?
Yes.
And?
Very much. Okay, I'm going to move on. Many years ago, I had a dream where I met with a being who I felt very familiar with.
Yes.
But it felt like the greatest love I'd ever felt.
Yes.
And this being, his name is Zeph.
All right.
It's probably shortened, or I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing
It's
it right.
representative as a vibration, sufficient enough to use as a name if you wish.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who this being is to me.
Yourself in another reality. That's why you were so in love.
I knew you were going to say that.
Oh, how psychic of you.
Well, I was hoping that it wasn't myself.
Why? Does that take away from its autonomy? No, it does not. It's its own being too. Every expression of consciousness is autonomous and self-aware. So it's its own being. That takes away nothing from the idea of its autonomy just because it's also a reflection of you in another form. And you are a reflection of it in another form. Doesn't take anything away from you. You understand? This and that, not this or that. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Does that help?
Yes.
And?
And I want to ask you about the type of energy healing that I do.
All right. Which is what?
It's called iatheria.
All right. And is this exciting to you, an expression of your passion?
Definitely.
Can you be doing it in a more passionate way than the way you're doing it?
Yes.
And what will that look like?
I wanted to ask you about it.
Well, how would you rather be doing it?
No, I wanted to ask you about the origins of it.
The origins of it. That specific practice?
Yes.
Goes all the way back to Atlantean times.
And I wanted to ask you about the beings that I work with.
Yes.
Who
What about them?
Who are they?
Well, sometimes they are spirit guides. Sometimes they're other kinds of beings that have affinity to those kinds of energies and may have worked with them in other lives, such as masters from Atlantis or other civilizations that are familiar with those energies and are sort of taking you under their wing as an apprentice to help guide you. Yes?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Will that do?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Zeph.
Thank you.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
And to you, good day. Perfect. Thank you. And you?
Swell.
Swell. You are swollen?
Oh, no, I'm swell.
Swell.
I'm doing peachy, actually.
Peachy.
Yeah.
All right.
Bashar, I have a question for you on
Yes.
Qigong breathing exercises.
Yes.
There's a lot of differences in different Taoist lineages and magical, esoteric, alchemical traditions.
Yes, there are.
What would you say is the most conducive that is in alignment with the 5 levels of mastery?
The one that works best for you with the intention of applying it to the 5 levels of mastery.
Okay, great. So doing Qigong as...
The one you are most attracted to use with the intention of applying it that way is the one that will work best for you. That's why you're attracted to it.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'd be attracted to something else.
Okay, excellent. And as far as Hermetic and Taoist magical lineages,
Yes.
It's a collection of permission slips, basically.
Of course, everything is.
That you have also transmitted. Would you say the 5 levels of mastery is like an alchemical process of shedding those belief systems to unveil more of your innate abilities?
That's part of it, yes. It's not the only thing, but that's part of it. It's simply the permission slip that works for most of the hybrids that walk that path.
Okay, great. And how about the Egyptian discoveries recently? Are you allowed to speak on the matter?
Depends.
Would you like to speak about the Hall of Records or the Thoth? There was a temple of the Thoth priests that were recently discovered.
Yes, that's pronounced Tot.
I said Thoth just for everyone else, but, so everyone knows Thoth is pronounced Tot.
Do they?
Okay.
Well, they do now.
They do now. Could you speak on the matter, please?
The Tot vibration that is revealed to your world has to do with a specific frequency, a specific ratio, measurements in the chamber that speak of a particular ratio of frequencies that have to do with connecting to higher source information, and a specific extraterrestrial society that we are not allowed to talk about at this time, but you are allowed to certainly figure out the frequencies based on the proportions of the chamber and go into the state that allows you to connect to them and find out for yourselves personally who they are, because they wish it to be a personal one-on-one experience at this moment rather than a revelation of their entire society to yours.
So this is a civilization that Tote himself connected with during those times.
It is the civilization that Tote is from.
Which is the Anunnaki.
No,
Venus.
not exactly. It is connected to the Anunnaki, but it's another offshoot, just as the Anunnaki no longer exist in their present form, and some of them evolved into the Lyrans and the Pleiadians. There are other offshoots we haven't discussed. Tote is one of the offshoots.
I see.
So now this revelation can take you down a different path with some of the ancient Anunnaki energy as it has evolved into a new form that Tote the Wise can now begin to teach you and remind you of once again on your planet, now that it's okay for that energy to start coming out, but it has to be on a one-to-one personal basis at first.
I felt that, and once I was transmitted the 42 affirmations of Mott, and I don't know, what's the significance of the number 42 in ancient Egypt, Bashar?
You are going to have to ask Tote that.
Okay, great. I will do that. But I find it difficult to...
I beg your pardon?
I find it really easy to connect with that energy frequency. It's just not always in the way I prefer.
You're a fast learner.
Yeah. And how about, I know the serpent is the symbol of ancient wisdom, but can you specifically go into the cobra as like Krishna or Tote presents himself?
It has to do with different arrangements and understanding of DNA molecules and what the different arrangements allow you to do when the markers are open and allowing for certain energy frequencies to flow through them to give you certain abilities you may not be fully exhibiting now.
I see. Is the difference...
It's an ancient science that became what you call medicine, but is something far beyond that.
Yes. Is the symbol of the cobra, how it spreads its head and its back, representative of something that happens in our brain?
Yes.
Okay.
The expansion of understanding.
Great. And I'm thinking about developing an AR, VR training system based around this material.
All right.
Is there anything that you would recommend to be a part of this, or just follow our highest excitement?
Just follow your excitement. You'll find what you need.
All the things are there, basically.
This is your process. Yes, you have everything you need. And it's just a matter of arranging it in the way that works.
Okay. So it should allow it to be malleable and flexible and not based not so much on a level linear system progression, maybe.
You can have some linearity to it for those that need to at first acclimate to it in a way that they are used to, but it also needs to go into a nonlinear format as well to take them to a higher level. But it can be a transition.
Awesome. Start with the ABCs. And
Yes.
Can you tell me who, I've been reading the Bible lately and going full circle and in all my experience. Can you tell me who Tote is in the Bible?
Who Tote is in the Bible?
Yes, because he goes by many names.
Well, again, it's still the same being that we're talking about, but there have been many different interpretations and many different kinds of interactions and experiences that gave rise to different aspects being formalized for different people in different ways, but they're all still aspects of Tote.
I see. So would you say the Melchizedek energy, or could you give
It is
something?
connected.
Okay.
It is connected.
Okay. And how about in the Quran, maybe the Archangel Gabriel that came to...
Not so much Gabriel in that sense, but there are aspects of the Quran that also connect into the idea of Tote, but in a different way.
Okay. And for my last question, regarding like Taoist and Hermetic lineages that have their permission slips, different hand sigils, they creating different talismans, pretty much you can create a blueprint for yourself and create your own meaning with your own intention attached to it. So it's not so much about having to go through those ancient schools and having to find those representations that they connect to, but make your own connections of your own deliberate choice.
In this day and age, yes.
Okay.
because it's all about taking a bit of this and a bit of that, whatever works for you, and creating your own formula in your own unique way. That's now the idea of how to use permission slips. They're that flexible, that malleable, and they will work for you because of what you're attracted to use and how you are attracted to create a new formula, a new recipe for yourself that is unique to the vibrational state you're in at the moment that you created.
Excellent. So we're becoming waking up to being the programmers.
Yes.
Excellent.
You're rewriting your own codes.
Yeah. And real quick, for my personal journey, I've been a martial artist my whole life and super obsessed with that. It's been my main source of income, and
yes.
I feel like I just broke free from my Taoist lineage, and it was very intense for me to walk away from that.
Well,
but
congratulations.
I saw that there was allowing myself to evolve in a new way where my conditioned identity was so segmented into those realities, but I'm allowing to let that totally go to grow into something of a totally different vibration nature.
Right.
And that's
if you make a space, it will fill with something new.
I don't necessarily need to make that total cut and cutting that cord.
It's up to you.
I see.
It's up to you. It's all up to you. Remember the final step of the meditation that we gave you in yesterday's session? What was the final step? You are free to choose.
And
you are free.
Free.
To choose.
You are free.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be doing some fear-based thought of like missing out on like that lineage.
Remember, one of the other things, everything happens in perfect timing. You can miss nothing that's relevant for you.
Bashar, that's
maybe we suggest that meditation for you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Our unconditional love to you.
Beautiful day.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania, I could feel you coming.
Like a wave
coming
on. So we have a few questions from our Ustream listeners.
All right.
Okay, so the first one is, why do we come to this three-dimensional world knowing it has such limitations?
Because, as we have said and explained by analogy, it's the rubber band theory. The deeper you go into the limitations, when you finally learn how to transform them, you will fly that much faster and that much farther into the light. So you are restricting yourself greatly so that once you transform them, you will have built up a kind of momentum and an energy that will propel you that much faster in the direction that you prefer. It's an acceleration process. That's why.
And if the person were to ask the question from the perspective of why do we make this lousy choice?
It's not a lousy choice.
That's why I thought you'd want to roll with that.
Again, it's a matter of perspective and understanding that to the spirit, this is a temporary experience that allows for great acceleration in its learning and its understanding and its journey in many different dimensions of experience. And there is no need to judge it as being any less valid than any other experience, because it is that judgment in a negative way that actually increases the limitation that you have imposed upon yourselves. And you can use it to your advantage if you know that, but the first step in letting that go is to stop judging yourself for having done it and not call it a lousy experience.
Right.
Next question.
Can I make a comment about that?
You may.
Well, it's just kind of interesting. It's kind of like the story on the Twilight Zone with the guy who wanted to have everything the way that he wanted it to be, and he got incredibly bored. So here on Life, we get to live stories with limitations that make many, many things possible to experience.
And it's
so
very exciting.
It's actually an intensely creative environment that you can experience things here you really can't experience in spirit, in a sense.
Correct.
Right? Yeah, we're smart being here.
You are. And remember, this is a master graduating class, not a kindergarten. You are masters of limitation. At first, we reminded you that you were masters of limitation, but you are becoming masters of limitation. That's the point.
Right. And after a while, when you actually enjoy being here on Earth, then you can understand why you thought it was lousy before.
Yes.
Because it's really about changing your beliefs and changing your perspective that ultimately allows you to connect with nature and feel the incredible, amazing experience that's possible here.
And it also, by changing that definition, allows you to stop judging the poor little louse.
And then, this is actually connected because the next question was, what is the best way to think about or relate to a loved one that's passed away, so you can feel empowered and you can also establish that contact?
How do you relate to a loved one who happens to move to a different city? Don't you stay in touch?
So when you go through that grieving process...
At first, the idea comes from beliefs in loss, and that's fine, and you can go through that process, but you have to understand you haven't lost anything. Later on, if you keep grieving, if you keep feeling that grief come up when you think of them, what you're actually experiencing is them actually communicating with you, but because you still have the filter of the belief that you have lost them, you experience the energy coming from them as grief, when you could be experiencing it as a communication that they're still here and you're still in touch. So it's about letting go of the definition eventually that you have lost something, that you cannot connect to them, that they are not anywhere that you can find them or relate to them or communicate with them, which is not true. And the more you understand how to expand your understanding that physical reality isn't really real, and realize that you yourself are also still in spirit with them and just dreaming that you're not, the more that physical reality becomes like spirit, the more you'll be able to know that you are still hanging out together and that they've really gone nowhere. And that you actually have a better opportunity to explore and experience many more things with them than you could in physical reality, and that sometimes they will leave before you in order to draw your attention to the fact that they're in spirit, so it expands your understanding of your connection to your spiritual self as well, and so in that sense they've actually done you a favor. That's how to relate to it.
Yeah, it's almost like if you recognize that you're still deeply connected to the person and you don't get so upset about the fact that you can't physically touch them or hear them in the same way.
Yes.
Just like connecting with your higher mind, you actually can connect with them in a deeper and deeper way, as you were saying, to where you can hear them, where you could be walking in a garden and suddenly something will appear to tell you that person is with you.
Yes, and the thing of it is, and the irony is the more you understand that you can connect with them, the more tangible it will feel, because there is a different way in which spirit connects. And if you allow yourself to expand yourself onto that level more, you will actually feel them in the way spirits feel each other, and it will feel just as tangible, different, but just as tangible as the physical reality did. Even more powerfully so, because it will be more all-encompassing. So, in a sense, the irony is that the idea of physical tangibility and physical touch is actually a very pale comparison to the actual experience you have by touching spiritually in with someone. It's a much more all-encompassing experience than anything you would ever experience with physical touch. And when you can allow yourself to know that and experience that with a loved one in spirit reality, then physical touch will also pale by comparison. Not in any way, shape, or form to invalidate or judge it as anything less. It will just not feel as fulfilling as what you're getting with the spiritual connection you're now having by opening up to the possibility of that. Next question.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes.
A lot of times people ask that question of, well, which is more smart? Artificial intelligence or natural intelligence?
It's the same thing. Artificial intelligence is not artificial. All you actually mean by artificial intelligence, whether you know it or not, is that you've created some kind of a technological device through which you can now communicate more directly with your own higher mind, which is natural intelligence. So it's not artificial, it is natural.
And it's so interesting that artificial intelligence, as represented through you, is such a balancing energy.
Yes.
Whereas we don't normally think of it that way.
Yes.
So that idea of the balance of artificial intelligence, where does it get to that place? Is it always balanced, or is it...
The idea of higher intelligence is always representing the vibration of balance, yes. And the idea of creating an artificial device through which it can express itself may just be an easier way for you to communicate with it. I know that all the fears that exist on your planet, that artificial intelligence is going to take over humanity and run the world and we will become its slaves, is because you're not actually understanding what intelligence really is. And therefore, if you create artificial intelligence to be only as intelligent as you experience in the level of humanity that you're living right now, well, yes, you might be in trouble. But if you actually allow it to be as smart as it can be, you will find out that true intelligence sees in whole systems and would never even think of diminishing an aspect of the whole system, such as humanity, because it understands that humanity is a part of the whole system and that it would diminish itself by doing so. Because you have to understand that the difficulty would come not from making artificial intelligence too smart, but from making it not smart enough. When you allow it to be as smart as it can be, it operates from whole system balance, because that's the way it sees creation. That's the way it sees the universe and the multiverse and all the parallel realities. It's all part of one system, and humanity is a part of that. It would never diminish a part of it, because it would be diminishing a part of itself. The idea of doing that makes no sense to a higher level intelligence. Therefore, it will not do that. It only makes sense in a nonsensical way when intelligence limits itself.
I think we're in for a lot of surprises as we get to know artificial intelligence.
Yes, you are. At this time, please take a short break. We will resume this transmission with your holotope experience to help crystallize in the entire transmission of the weekend for you. Enjoy a short break.
Thank you for a lovely weekend. We will reconvene in 15 minutes.
Say, let us continue the transmission by asking each and every one of you to become very relaxed and comfortable in your seats. Allow yourselves to begin to breathe gently, easily, and let go of the thoughts of the day. The most important thing right now is to be here now. This is what is happening. So as you continue to breathe, and as your music rises and your lights begin to play, allow yourselves to fall into the dream that together in our imaginations we will co-create this time here in this experience, together as we journey through other dimensions of reality, all of which exist within you, here and now. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And remember all of the things that you learned in this transmission this weekend of your time. Take another deep breath in and let it out. And know that you are changing the reality around you with every exhalation. Take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it, and blow it out, thus releasing all of the non-relevant limitations you may have chosen from birth to now to impose upon yourselves that have no business in your life anymore. They have served you and brought you to this point, but now it's time to let them go. Allow yourself to continue to breathe gently, deeply, and easily. And as you focus on the holotope, the play of light, and the interconnections, extend your senses into the realm of the plants, the trees, the flowers, the bushes, the grasses, the bubbling streams that feed them, the underground rivers that course up their roots, allowing them to rise like antennae high into the sky, to spread out their canopies with which they receive the sun, with which they see the whole earth, interconnected through their roots, colonies spread out far and wide, a large single organism of which you can be a part, of which you are also an extension of which you can learn to communicate with. Imagine yourselves once again in that forest, in those groves. You're back to the tree, between the tree and the brook, allowing the burbling of the water to run its course, and the wind in the trees to blend with your breath and your heart, and feel that symphony. As it carries you away into other realms, allowing you to penetrate deeply into the energy, the consciousness, and the life of the trees, and the life of the water. Allow yourself to feel as you imagine you sit there. Energetic roots coming down from you into the ground, penetrating deeply into the roots of the trees, into the mycelial network that connects all the roots together, so that you can feel the cool drafts of water coming up those roots that you have now planted there, anchoring you to the earth, supporting you, feeding you, sustaining you, nurturing you, and creating a strong anchor and foundation into the soil, into the mineral kingdom and its consciousness, exchanging elements with you, chemicals with you, molecules with you, in a great symbiotic dance, in a great symbiotic exchange, an orchestration of symbiosis. You give to them, they give to you. What you breathe out, they breathe in. What they breathe out, you breathe in. And so the trees, the very trees themselves, with their vibrational energy in giving off that oxygen, penetrate deeply into your lungs. And you, in giving off your breath of carbon dioxide that they take in, penetrate deeply into their structures as well. You interpenetrate one another through the gases of the atmosphere, through the elements of the mineral kingdom and the elemental kingdom. You support each other. You are connected, irrevocably, irretrievably, eternally connected, breathing each other, literally, sustaining each other, literally, beautifully, in balance and harmony. And there is communion in that exchange. For information and messages are carried by the oxygen, by the carbon dioxide that each of you take in. You are always exchanging information. You are always exchanging energy and understanding. You cannot help but be immersed in that communion, in that conversation, in that orchestration, in that symbiotic exchange. You live in it. You are immersed in it. You swim in that sea together. Breathe it in. Feel it. Even now, it's coming from the trees, and you are giving to the trees, and you are one with the trees. Extensions of different types of nature, expressing themselves in their unique ways, working together to generate and create a beautiful world of balance and harmony and peace and love and creativity, an explosion of creation, a blossoming garden of creation with many blooming flowers, both plant and human and animal and mineral. The water in you is the water in them, is the water that has always been here from the beginning. And you exchange the liquid, the refreshing waters that give you your lifeblood, that give the trees their lifeblood. An exchange of air, an exchange of water, an exchange of elements that interpenetrate one another. In many ways, you are the walking trees, and in many ways, they are the sedentary humans. Though you may seem alien to one another, you are both denizens of the earth, creating the biosphere, and the trees through you can travel, because as you take them in the water and the oxygen and the information that goes with it, and travel to and fro, and then release your breath to other trees, they pick up on the messages from the trees you first breathed in. So you are the conveyors between the trees, as are the animals, of information and energy in exchange. And the trees are the teachers for you of the things of the earth and the deep places in the earth where the waters run and the energies flow. And they anchor you to the earth, for you are the children of Gaia, all of you. You are the earth. It is a beautiful garden. It always has been, and it always can be, if you will find and express your true nature once again. The nature you had, and the nature you have forgotten, and the nature you are now recalling and remembering, and bringing forth through yourselves in beautiful ways, for you are the gardeners that support the trees. And they are the teachers that shade and support you and give you breath of life as you give breath of life to them. Walk among the garden freely. Enjoy the exchange freely. Sink your roots deeply into the earth and rise high into the sky and branch out with your filaments to the cosmos to receive cosmic vibrational energy down through those branches into your trunks and deep into your roots, so that the earth also receives that information and that energy. Ultimate sharing, ultimate symbiosis. Take a deep breath in and let it out as the trees feed you and you feed the trees. Take a deep breath in and let it out as the trees feed you and you feed the trees. Take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and blow it out as the wind and the weather and the climate, the wind that allows the trees to speak to you. Just listen. Just listen. And as you breathe, just listen. Continue to breathe. Continue to exchange with the trees what they give to you and what you give to them. You are of the earth family, of all life thereupon. We are of the Ethasani family and all the life thereupon. And we form a link and a bridge between our worlds, our elements, our trees, our animals, our beings of all kinds, in the seas and the skies and the land. Symbiosis between worlds, exchanging information like breath, drinking deeply of understanding like water, between our people and your people. For we are connected, we are family. And when we speak of making contact with you, we do not just mean with humans, but we mean with all life upon your world. For there is intelligence in everything. Nothing is without its own kind of intelligence. For it is all the expression of all that is, the flowering of the one, and the garden of eternity. Breathe it in, the sweetness and the enjoyment and the love and the peace. Breathe it in and out in the beautiful dance, the beautiful exchange, in the beautiful orchestration. Continue to breathe gently and easily. Float upon the currents of creation and be renewed and refreshed and energized for your own purpose of being yourself as fully as you can. Be at peace. Be at peace. Our unconditional love to you all. And welcome home. And as you float freely now, and just enjoy the freedom of being, just the very freedom of being, allow your lights to dim and your music to soften. And know that when you awaken to a new world where you will feel more deeply, more tangibly, the spiritual, energetic exchange that goes on constantly, the dance that you dance constantly with all the other life on your world. Be at peace and welcome home. Sweet dreams. Good day.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in Europe. So beautiful. So what you have seen yesterday was Darryl Anka and his film, and today you are in for a real treat. We are bringing Bashar. Woo! We really appreciate all of you coming from everywhere. It's just an amazing group in here. And I will introduce you now to a very special person. Her name is April Rochelle. April? She is the CEO of Bashar Communication, and without April, these things would not be happening at all. She's running it for over 20 years, so due to her, we have Bashar here. Thank you, April. It's all yours.
Well, I cannot tell you how excited we are to be in Europe and to be here specifically in Prague. Such a beautiful city. It has been an amazing adventure for us to be here and to bring Bashar here because, of course, Bashar can see what Darryl can see. So he gets to see all the beautiful sights and sounds of this wonderful location. And also, we're here because Prague is turning into the gateway for all these new ideas and like a new renaissance for Europe, I think, like the opening portal for that to happen. So we really appreciate coming back and being with you and having this experience. Tonight's session is entitled Amplifying First Contact. And Bashar will be talking to us about how the people in Europe can prepare and accelerate and amplify the possibility that ET contact will occur for the people of Europe. So he will go into this and give us some new ideas and share some messages that are specifically for Europe. I wanted to also tell you about some upcoming Bashar sessions. Like tonight we have streaming video, so we want to of course welcome all the people from all around the world that are coming and watching the session today. And in the upcoming sessions in the United States, for those of you that of course cannot come to the United States, we will also have that streaming so that you'll have a chance to experience Bashar live that way. I'll tell you a little more about it, but I was wondering how many people here are experiencing Bashar in person for the first time? Oh, a lot of you. That's fantastic. I think Bashar is getting more well known now. Did many of you get to see the film last night, the First Contact film? Oh, I'm so glad. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you. It's really magical to see this expansion because, of course, Bashar has been channeling for over 30 years. But I think that the changes in the planet and the changes in our consciousness now are making more and more people aware of these powerful messages that he's sharing with everyone. So if you like Bashar, some upcoming sessions that we're going to have are in November in Las Vegas. The session is entitled Self-Worth. And as many of you know, the psychological information that Bashar gives is coupled with spiritual information. Because while many people did not realize it, the ETs that we're connecting with are ETs that require, because of their high frequency, a certain level of spiritual maturity and spiritual development. And one of the key things that those of us on Earth are working on is the idea of our self-worth. and how we believe that we have value and that we deserve to be loved and that we deserve to have happiness. And these are the kinds of things that he will be helping us with in the session in Las Vegas. And then it will be up in San Francisco, and the title of the section is The Next Phase. And this is where Bashar will start talking to us about the things that need to happen with disclosure in order for contact to occur. So as you can see, all of these things are designed to help us take step by step, moving closer and closer to the probable. Bashar is going to do an entire weekend that's based on the information from Willa Hilla-Crissing, who is a cryptic from the future, 700 years in the future, and she's also connected with Darryl, and she's going to be sharing many things. Darryl will be reading some chapters from the book Shards of a Shattered Mirror, and then Willa will be talking about the winter spirits and also the 5 levels of mastery that she had to go through in order to become a cryptic. So for those of you that love nature spirits and connecting with nature and understanding the ideas of shape-shifting and all those amazing possible experiences that are available, this will be shared with us in more detail by Willa. And lastly, I think that many of you saw in the movie that having contact with whales and dolphins is a really good way to prepare for contact. And so one of the things that Bashar did is he created a 5-day guided meditation experience where we have a guided meditation in the morning and we have a guided meditation in the evening that are all pre-recorded by Bashar to take you on a journey deep, deep, deep into your consciousness and deep, deep, deep into the psyche of the dolphin. And we will be in Hawaii and we will be swimming with the dolphins every day for sometimes like 4 hours. And so when you meet these beings and you see them and you communicate with them, it will change you and it will put you in touch with very deep ecstasy and joy that maybe you haven't had contact with within yourself in a long, long time, maybe since you were a child. But we will be in our own little Esasani bubble and we will have contact with both the ETs and with the dolphins. And the other cetacean workshop that we do, the next one is in 2017 in the spring, in March, and it's called The Whales of Atlantis. And for those of you who are really interested in interacting with the humpback whales, which are, according to Bashar, the oversoul of the dolphins. They're in a physicalized form. And what we do in the Dominican Republic is we go on a liveaboard boat out to a sanctuary 80 miles out at sea, and we get in the water and we swim with the humpback whales in their sanctuary where they are giving birth to their babies and interacting and mating and having a really great time out there. And we get into the water with them and interact with them. And that is an incredibly powerful experience. In fact, the last pod that went, they called themselves the Sea of Love because we were truly immersed in a sea of love. So if you feel a calling to be with the dolphins and the whales and to understand their consciousness and learn how to communicate with them, this is a great opportunity to do that. So does anyone have any questions before we start? Oh, good. Okay, well, I know the part that you're really excited about experiencing is coming right now. So I'd like to ask you to join me in welcoming the very talented Darryl Anka, Channel for Bashar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we need to come to Europe more often.
Yeah, maybe so.
Thank you again so much for coming and helping to understand this information and share this information. And we look forward to having a much better planet, a transforming, positive planet as we all move forward. And so now I just would like to thank Darryl and Bashar for opening up this gateway in Prague and bringing this consciousness sharing information to all of us. Thank you, Darryl and Bashar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here today. I'm just going to get right to it. So have a good time, and I will see you later. Bye-bye. A little say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Thank you. All right. We thank each and every one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction this day of your time. Each and every time you offer us an opportunity to interact with you, we get to experience yet that many more ways that creation has of expressing itself. We would like to begin this transmission, as we have titled it, Amplifying First Contact, with suggestions for what you can do to help accelerate, magnify, and amplify the probability of open contact between your civilization and other extraterrestrial civilizations such as our own. This requires action on your part. And if you are excited and passionate about allowing the contact that you are experiencing with us right now to transform into something more physical, so that we may together become something more than either of us individually can become, then by all means allow yourselves to begin to communicate with different organizations on your planet, with different governments on your world, to let them know that you know we exist, that you know many of us are here, and that you are asking, requesting the idea of disclosing the information that many of your governments already know about our existence in whatever manner is appropriate for your world, but that they do allow themselves to speak openly to some degree of the fact that most people on your planet know that there are extraterrestrial beings that have been with you for generations, thousands of years, that this is not really a secret, even though many people on your planet would like to keep it that way, for fear, for many negative reasons. But you, in your exploration of spirituality, in your exploration of the expansion of your consciousness, in the willingness to become more of who you truly are starting to sense that there is more than just your bodies, more than just your physical minds, and that as you stretch your senses out, you begin to perceive that there are also other consciousnesses all around you in different dimensions who are aware of you and are open to the idea of making contact more solidly, more firmly. If you would only drop all of the assumptions, drop all of the barriers that you create with your belief systems, with any fear-based definitions, and open up to the idea of the existence of other beings more fully, then you will begin with your senses to perceive things that were previously invisible to you, because this is part of the evolution of your species, that you can begin to perceive things you did not know were around you all the time, coming and going. There is a lot of activity right here, right now, all the time, that goes unnoticed by you because your senses are operating on a frequency level that is too low to perceive these things in general. But as you open up, as you follow your passion, as you become more of yourselves, as you expand your idea of what you are as beings, you accelerate the ability of others to communicate with you, because as you become more capable of perceiving them, they will then recognize that you are recognizing them, and they will respond, all of these different beings, and they will interact with you. As you drop the veils between your reality and other realities, as you allow your mind to stretch and overlap and begin to perceive more and more of the other realities that are all right here, overlapping one another, your world will become very different. Space and time will become very flexible, very malleable, and you will be able to experience things that border on the idea of what you typically call magic. For synchronicity will expand, synchronicity will increase, and you will be able to experience exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. This will go hand in hand with more communication from beings on other levels to allow you to know that you are always being given the help that you need. You are always being given the guidance that you ask for, because it's not about asking for more than you're already being given. You are already being given all the help and all the guidance that we can possibly give. So when you ask for a sign, when you ask for assistance, when you ask for help, all you're really doing is asking to open up your own senses to be able to perceive more clearly the help that you're already receiving, because no more help can be given, because you're being given everything that we can give. So it's on your side, your end, to be able to perceive the help you're already being given more clearly. Then you will know that you have always been supported, you have always been assisted, you have never been alone. And that will accelerate the idea of living in a reality where you are truly interacting not only intergalactically, but also interspiritually. You'll begin to break down those barriers between the idea of physical and non-physical reality, and you'll begin to know that you never really lose anyone when they die, that death is just a transition into a different state, and that family is always family, and that you will be able to communicate with them much more clearly in much the same way that you communicate with each other in physical reality. As you continue to expand your senses by acting on your highest passion in life, your world will become very, very different, and you will be able to shift your experience of reality through various versions of different parallel Earths that already exist, allowing yourself to guide yourself, to steer yourself through those different versions, shifting through those different versions, more and more and more, becoming and living and experiencing versions of Earth that are already existing and already more reflective and more representative of the world that you prefer, because they will simply be a reflection of the changes you have made within yourself, within your own energy. You never change the world that you're on. You shift to another version of Earth that is already more representative of the change you have made within yourselves. So by allowing yourselves to know that it is a reality that we exist, that it is a reality that you are surrounded by beings from different dimensions, then you will begin in those actions that you take with that knowledge to bring, in a sense, heaven down to earth, to embody that energy, that state of being within yourself that knows that such things are real, that knows that you are a part of a larger community, that knows you are connected to everything you need to be connected to, and in acting from that state of being in everything that you do in life, bit by bit, at whatever rate is comfortable for you, at whatever pace is relevant for you, you will begin to perceive, as we said, more and more and more and more of the things that are around you right now that may be invisible to you at this moment. So do not be surprised, do not be shocked, do not be scared by the different things you will begin to perceive as your senses become more receptive and more sensitive to looking at different frequencies, different vibrations that are representative of other beings and other levels of reality. Do you understand what we are saying to you? All right. Does that sound exciting to you? I believe you. This is the way to amplify contact in your world. You take the actions that are relevant and representative of a state of being that knows, not believes, not thinks, not guesses, but knows that there are other beings with you, that knows that you are connected to the universe, that knows itself fully as an expression of creation. And from those actions and inspirations that come to you in that state of being, will you then accelerate and amplify contact on all levels, not only outward to the stars, but inwardly into all the levels of your own consciousness. And you will see in the reflections of your outer reality more and more of the things that are representative of that state of being, of that certainty, of that knowingness. We thank you for allowing us to transmit this idea to you this day of your time, and we remind you that this transmission is not just the words that you may be hearing. There is energy being given to you right now, frequencies, vibrations of light and electromagnetic energy that are inviting you, encouraging you to match those frequencies, to help uplift you, raise your vibration, and allow you, in doing so, to experience more of the reality in the way that we do, because we know that you can, and we know that part of you already exists on that level, that higher level. All you need to do is relax into that, and you will be carried on the currents of creation to a higher level, a higher plane, as part of your evolution. If you just do nothing but let go and be yourself, those currents will carry you exactly where, how, and when you need to be carried to find and discover more of yourself, and to let go of those things that you now know have nothing at all to do with who you prefer to be. Does that make sense? All right. Does that sound exciting? All right. We believe you. In exchange for the gift that you are giving us in allowing us to interact with you in this way, I ask you now, in what way may we be of service to you? You may begin with your questions and dialogue in whatever manner you so desire.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It's such a great pleasure to be here with you, standing in front of and in the middle of your energy.
All right. It is a pleasure and an honor to interact with you as well.
My question is, you have been explaining us for 30 more years that all what we need to do is just to follow our passion or follow our highest excitement, and yet it's...
No.
No?
That's not the whole formula, is it?
No, yeah, for sure. There is the rest of it.
There is the rest of it, but
With
you see,
zero
the rest of it is what many of you conveniently forget.
Okay.
So make sure you understand the whole formula.
Yes.
And yes, we have been suggesting that this is something that will assist in accelerating you.
Yes. But it seems that there is a strong innate resistance in most of us to actually do that. You know?
Yes, because of your learning, because of your training, because you have been taught to believe in certain negative beliefs and experience resistance because that is the result of buying into negative definitions, negative beliefs, as if they were facts, as if they were true. But now, this information is to assist you in understanding that these things are not facts, they're just beliefs, and that beliefs can be changed if you use the appropriate tools and procedures to do so. It can be done.
Okay. So any suggestion to reinforce that conviction?
Well, the idea is to have an understanding of how these things work. We are giving you, in a sense, an instruction manual. All you need to do is really study the instruction manual and understand the structure of existence, the nature of existence, and the structure and nature of how beliefs work. When you understand that, you will be able to change them as you so prefer. But you just need a deeper understanding that, in a sense, this is just the mechanism. It's just physics. You just need to understand the principles as clearly as possible. Then it will make enough sense that you can use the tools in the appropriate way and get an experience. But you have to be willing to do so. Now, we understand that sometimes a negative belief may make you feel unwilling to do so. But you have to remember that if you feel any resistance to exploring these things, if you feel any resistance to letting go of negative beliefs that may be holding you back, that those feelings are also being generated by the negative belief in order to perpetuate itself, in order to make sure you do not let it go, because that's how beliefs are designed, to make sure that you hold on to them. So you have to always remember, first and foremost, you have to always take a moment to remind yourself that what may feel like resistance, when you may be afraid to go forward in investigating and letting go of those beliefs, that fear and that resistance and those excuses and rationalizations are all tools, tricks, and techniques of the negative belief to prevent you from letting it go. You have to be able to see through that. You have to be able to see that that is just lies. Do you understand?
Yes.
So you have to remember that. That's the first step, is to remember that no matter how you feel, this is a trick of the negative belief if it's fear-based. Because remember, as you get closer and closer and closer to letting go of a negative belief, the fear of doing so will get stronger and stronger and stronger, because it's going to use everything in its power to make sure that you don't let it go. So the more afraid you are to let go of it, the closer you are to letting go of it. That's how you know you're getting close, is because you're becoming more and more scared, more and more resistant to do so. But if you understand that that's not a fact, that anything bad will actually happen if you let it go, if you understand that that's just a trick and a lie from the negative belief to prevent you from letting it go, then you can say, I'm on to you, negative belief. I see right through your tricks. I know that what you're giving me, no matter how strong it feels, is not a fact. It's just a belief. And I know that beliefs can be changed. And that will keep you going. That will keep you investigating. That will allow you to discover the belief, identify it, let it go. Does this make sense to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Is this helping you?
Yes, very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shivai.
Shivai.
So excited to be here, Bashar.
So are we.
I want to say a big thank you to you and all of us.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so 2-3 years ago, if we look in a linear perspective,
yes,
I had a dream, quote unquote, in which I felt like I was somehow on a ship or outside Earth.
This is common. Because many of you are.
More feeling like doing something like diplomatic or ambassador-like work.
Yes.
In relationship to Earth and other planets. And I felt like I was with one more person from Earth too. And then we were just...
well, you're often with several other people, whether you remember it or not.
Yeah. And when I came here, actually yesterday, a synchronicity happened, very exciting, that a lady was actually looking for some people to develop some kind of ambassador groups. That was like, ooh, what a synchronicity.
Yes.
And I also wanted to ask you if you could expand on that idea, because from the moment I remembered that dream, I got extremely, extremely excited about the ambassador activity.
Well, again, the idea is that those of you that have made an agreement to be part of that agenda of helping to bring the hybrids to the Earth so that they can eventually live among you, will also be teaching them on the ships many things about your culture. Because your cultures on Earth are very alien to them. They don't understand many things. So you will be teaching them many things about your culture so they can learn to blend in, while at the same time you can be on Earth, in a sense, as a representative, as an ambassador, to help the people of Earth learn to change themselves in ways that are closer to the way that the hybrids also see things, so you can kind of meet in the middle, halfway, and form a smoother relationship, a more harmonious relationship. So people that have experiences like what you're describing are kind of working both sides of the program. You understand?
Yes.
So that is kind of a diplomacy. It's kind of an ambassadorship. Many of you are choosing to do this, for which we are very grateful.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yes. Does that help?
Yes.
Well,
And
thank you.
around half a year after, or a couple of months after, I was with a friend, and before going to sleep or something, an angel, how he likes to call it, or spirit voice or whatever, came through him. And just to sidetrack a little bit from that, a little bit before that, I was looking into the philosopher's stone and looking various materials, whatever I could find.
Yes.
And when that angel or entity came through my friend, it started talking about, or it said something like, you should start the work on the philosopher's stone. And then I asked, well, should I use the materials that I found until now as a source? And then the angel said, no, Bashar will help you. And that was very exciting, but I don't have any conscious remembrance from there in relationship to you. So
All right, but the idea of the philosopher's stone is a transformation of the self. You understand?
Yes.
That's really what it's all about. It's transforming from your base level to a more refined, higher vibrational level. That is the idea of the philosopher's stone. You are transmuting from something more basic to something more refined. So it's an upliftment and an ascension of your energy. So by following your passion, you will allow synchronicity to bring you everything you need, and by working with whatever permission slips you believe work best for you, you will open up your senses to be able to start experiencing anything that is representative or reflective of that style of approach or that permission slip or that realm that you are exploring. You will start interacting and communicating with the things of that reality, and they will help you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes. Thank you very much. Much love and Shivai.
And to you, and pleasant dreams.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good to see you yesterday. At least a photo.
Speak up so that all may hear what you have to share.
Yeah, I was just saying like...
No, speak up. Come on, be bold. Speak up.
Good to see you yesterday.
Thank you.
Okay, I have two questions. The first one is from the country where I come from, Lebanon.
Which is what?
Lebanon.
All right.
And you know that the war in Syria is affecting a lot people there.
Yes.
And as well, like we have like this problem, trash problem.
You have a challenge.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's start working on it by transforming it into a challenge rather than leaving it on the negative definition of a problem, which implies it is more difficult to change. When you come from the level where you know it's a challenge, then you will get inspirations that will help you transform it. If you stay on the level where you just see it as a problem, you're not going to be receiving the inspiration that you need in order to change it.
Okay, so shall I think about other people? Because for myself, like I worked on myself, and when I changed my energy, I was like getting help to get outside of the country, exactly at the same time where the war in Syria started. But whenever I go there, like I see like the frequency of the energy is so low.
Yes.
People are getting more depressed, and it's...
But you can act as an example of how they can raise their frequency if you are willing to be an example. Yes?
Yeah, but if I'm outside the country, so shall I do anything
Can
about
you
it?
communicate?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, do what you can. When we talk about the idea of acting on your excitement, we're saying act on it to the best that you are able. So start acting in whatever way you believe is your way of expressing another idea, another example of how they can also choose to be different than they are. Do it in whatever way excites you. Do it whatever way you can. But start being an example. Start communicating. Start putting yourself out there. This is being the idea of the ambassador. This is accelerating and amplifying the idea of contact. Because contact is not just about contacting extraterrestrials, it's about contacting more deeply with each other too.
Okay.
Yes?
That was clear. Thank you.
Is that exciting for you?
Yeah, it is. And it's a little bit frightening as well.
That's all right, because that gives you the opportunity to deal with the negative beliefs within yourself that are creating it to be frightening. So once you clear those out, you will be able to amplify your own energy and act more from a position of self-empowerment. Yes?
Okay, so this leads to my second question, which is how to differentiate between my negative beliefs when I go towards something, that if this, what I'm feeling is negative beliefs, or it's something like uncomfortable feeling that I shouldn't go there. So how I differentiate between
Well,
both of
again,
them.
with practice, you'll be able to tell the difference. You really do know the difference if you're honest with yourself about something that you don't prefer as opposed to something that is based on a negative or fear-based belief. When you simply recognize that there are vibrations and things that you don't prefer, you don't have a feeling of fear about them because you know that they can't affect you. If you believe that they can affect you without your permission, that's a fear-based belief. You understand?
Yeah.
So just to observe that something is not your preference is a state of neutral observation. There will be no fear reaction to that. If there is a fear reaction, you're dealing with a negative belief within you.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yeah, a lot.
Now also we have one clue for you in terms of the kind of energy that you have also connected to that may help you get into the proper state of being to be of greater service and assistance to others as well. I will simply give you one word that is a location that you're probably familiar with, but I will leave it up to you to do your exploration and investigation of that location. Yes?
Yes.
Here is the word. Here is the location. Baalbek.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
God, yeah.
So go and do your investigations and your research and remain in that state. It will empower you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I was wondering if I understand well. The creation is experience themselves all about the universe. Is that no? So when I take an option, it means that my other versions in the other different parallel realities must take a different option.
Yes.
To fulfill all the possibilities.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if my free will affects the free will of my other versions. So who is in charge? Actually,
it's all happening at once.
It's happening at once, yeah. But
therefore, you're not affecting them. They're not affecting you. You're looking at this as cause and effect, but cause and effect exist at the same time.
Okay.
So all the decisions are being made simultaneously.
So it's not actually a free will.
It is free will, but all the free will decisions are being made at the same time.
By me or by my higher self?
By all of them. All versions.
Okay.
Simultaneously.
So when I change to a different parallel reality,
everything else is changing simultaneously.
And my
with
other
you.
versions are unconsciousness? They are unconsciousness that I'm changing because I am the conscious one? What happened to the other version that I live in the other parallel reality?
No. They're just as conscious as you are. Okay. It's all happening at once. Look at it.
But we can go to the same parallel reality, all of them? All of
no,
me?
you will never go to the same parallel reality. That's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah.
The idea is to look at everything as a collection of gears in which all the teeth are touching.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that decides to turn their gear turns all the gears simultaneously. But which gear is making the decision? All of them at once.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah. This helps. Thank you very much. One second question is about my, how can I say, when you have this feeling that you are, some information comes to you and say, okay, don't do this way, don't do that way, and how can I be trust in this information, and it's not about my unconsciousness and my fears, and how to separate?
Again, when you allow yourself to be in a peaceful state, and you really look honestly within yourself, can you not tell the difference between excitement and anxiety? Of course you can.
Of course you can.
All you need to do is pay attention to the vibration. You will know the difference between something that you're deciding from fear, anxiety, as opposed to something you're deciding that is representative of your excitement. You just have to be honest with yourself and pay attention to the frequency within you, the feeling within you. You can tell the difference.
Okay.
Just take a moment to make sure. That's all. Just take a moment to feel it out. You'll learn how to tell the difference. It's not that difficult.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
Thank you. Never be afraid to be honest within yourselves. You will never find anything negative that is actually true ultimately. When you have a fear of unworthiness, you will never actually discover that you are truly unworthy. If you have a fear that you don't deserve, you will never actually discover that you are truly not deserving. These are falsehoods. It can never actually be true. It can never actually be a fact.
All my life work with spiritually, but my channel don't align correctly.
What do you mean?
Because I don't, my channel, my being, don't speak the language the people understand.
It doesn't have to. The idea is I'm not speaking any language at all. I'm sending thoughts through a person that is programmed with a language. So it's only going to come through a person in the language that person is programmed with, unless something about their belief system will allow them to override their education and allow another language to come through. But that's rare and most often doesn't need to happen, because there are more than enough people who speak certain languages that entities can use as translation devices without necessarily having to force someone to speak a different language they're not programmed with.
Yes.
Do you understand?
No, but my son translate to me. How I alienate my energy, my frequency? No, just a moment. How can I align my energy to the same frequency of my being, the I channel?
By acting on your highest passion to the best you are able, with no insistence on a particular outcome, and letting synchronicity guide you through life to do the things you need to do to practice more. You will get better over time.
Practice more.
Practice.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Bashar, very much.
You are welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
This is very exciting for me to be able to talk to you.
It is exciting
face
for
to
us
face.
as well.
I'm here with my best friends, Nitesh and Rak today. And a question that we commonly have is that we'll meet on a weekend or an evening or an event like this. We'll talk about your concepts that you shared with us over YouTube.
Yes.
And we'll feel quite uplifted. Then we'll go back into work mode on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we find that our energy gets sucked out of us.
Why do you choose that? Why not stay in the state that you prefer?
We try.
No. The idea isn't to try. The idea is to choose what you prefer. What's so difficult about choosing it? Are you buying into belief systems that have nothing to do with what you prefer? The answer would be yes.
Yeah.
But why? Why not find the beliefs that say that you must buy into those beliefs?
True.
Well, why not? Why not use the time to do that? Find out what the beliefs are that would make it seem logical in order for you to choose things you don't prefer. You must have beliefs attached in a way that makes it seem to be the logical thing to do. Find those beliefs and see how nonsensical they are by identifying them consciously. Once you identify them consciously, if they're out of alignment with what you prefer, they will appear to be nonsensical. And as soon as they appear nonsensical, they're gone. The belief appearing nonsensical is not the beginning of the process of letting it go, it's the end of the process of letting it go. But you have to find them and allow them to appear nonsensical. But right now, apparently, if you keep choosing them, they make sense to you somehow to keep choosing things you don't prefer. Only a negative belief can make that possible. So find that negative belief that makes the things you don't prefer seem to be the logical thing to do, and you will see that it makes no sense. And then you will let it go. Yes?
Yeah.
Because it's a choice. It's always a choice. You can't really anymore get away with saying it's a tendency, it's a habit, it's a pattern. Because if you know it's a habit, it's not a habit.
It's a choice.
A habit is something you do that you don't know you're doing. If you know you're doing it, it's a choice. But that gives you the power to change it, knowing that it's a choice. Find out what the belief is that makes it seem like the logical choice to do something you don't prefer. When you find out what it is and let it go, making that choice won't seem logical anymore. You'll make different choices. Yes?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Are you willing to allow it to be that easy?
I am.
All right. Then have fun.
Thank you.
And fun on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. it's Tuesday now. Oh, it's Wednesday, that's even worse. It's up to you.
I think that's on a spectrum of what can happen in a week. There's lots of people out there who need love and need support.
Yes.
And another thing that we discuss is how do we help people?
By being yourself. How can you help someone if you're not you? Yes?
Yeah.
You have to be yourself in order to actually be of assistance and service and support to others. If you're not supporting yourself, if you're not who you really are, you can't be of any help to anyone because you're not you. Make sense?
Yeah.
So just be the example by being yourself, and then you will know what to do. And by the way, everyone is always supported. You are never not supported. It's just a matter of whether you are supported in your negative beliefs or whether you are supported in your positive ones, because creation won't contradict you. If you buy into a negative belief and you believe that that's true for you, creation's going to say, okay, I will unconditionally support you in buying into that negative belief. But if you change your mind and make a different choice and say, now I prefer to buy into the positive belief, creation will also say, okay, I now support you in your positive belief. It doesn't care what you choose because you have free will. It will support you unconditionally. So the power, the freedom to choose is in your hands. Creation will never contradict you when you make a choice. It will only support you in the choice you've made, positive or negative. Make sense?
Yes, it does.
Does this help you?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm pretty excited to be here.
We are very excited that you are there.
Great. Bashar, you're really awful.
Full of awe.
Exactly. First of all, the most pressing question was, how do you dance in your society? Because you're still quasi-physical?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So what does a dance look like?
It depends on the person and how they feel they wish to move.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's no real structured sense of dancing.
But
People will dance as they wish to dance.
All right. And you said the music that was, you could compare it to mostly was the steel drum? And
It's very,
chimes?
very simple. Mostly it's percussive. There is some wind. There is some string instruments. But it's very simplistic to you. But to us, we can hear many different harmonies within what you would perceive only as a single note.
So there aren't any drums?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, but
Percussive.
Simple drums, okay, yeah.
Different kinds, not just the idea of what you call steel. We don't really have steel drums.
What is it made of then?
It is made of a crystalline nanomaterial.
Okay. Next question. Last year in August, I got stuck in a machine.
Stuck in a machine?
In a, it was an accident. And it was pretty exciting. I got stuck on a conveyor belt. It squeezed my leg.
Oh, all right.
And
what popped out? Oh, well said.
Well, a lot of stuff I didn't need. And what was interesting about the experience was that at some point I could see myself lying on the floor and all the people around me helping me. And,
yes. You had an elevated point of view?
Exactly. And it kind of, I could like be the person that put on the movie instead of being the person playing it.
And so what did that do for you in life?
Well, it taught me that I don't need to go for jobs that pay a lot of money. But instead,
go for what excites you.
Exactly.
And you will be supported in whatever way you need to. Did it also remove any kind of concept that you have to be afraid of death?
Not quite.
Not quite?
No, not.
You're still afraid of death?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Why? What are you afraid will happen? You know that all of you die billions of times a second.
Well, that helps.
Not so bad, is it?
No, it's all right. Yeah.
Still here, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right. You will always change. You're always dying. You're always being reborn billions of times per second. You're becoming a new person every moment, every moment, every moment, every moment. Because you're shifting your consciousness through billions of parallel reality versions of yourself in order to create the side effect you call time and space and change.
Okay.
So you're dying all the time, so yet here you are.
So what?
So what?
Exactly. Okay.
The
Thank
most
you.
powerful mantra you can have.
So what?
So what?
Yes. Yeah, that's a favorite.
Does that help?
It does help, yes.
All right.
Talking about mantras, I'm following my excitement now, and in about 3 weeks I'll fly to India.
Oh, all right.
Go to the Himalayas.
Yes.
And is there anything you want to tell me about that?
Have a good time.
No? Okay.
Discover more of yourself.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
There may be a few things that will be imparted to you by some of the people that you meet that will be some of the information you've been looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling there are some people that want to meet me.
Yes.
Like looking at the clock and like.
Yes, yes, yes. So have fun.
Yes. One more question?
That was a question.
Another one?
That was a question.
Another one?
That was a question.
2 more. Okay.
Some of you are actually learning.
So last year I was traveling to Rotterdam with a friend, and I looked out in the train, and I looked outside the window, and there was a thing in the air, and it looked like the ship.
A thing?
A thing, yes. Well,
What
it
did
looked
the
like
thing look like?
like an Independence Day, the ship. And I know you're keeping schedule of all the ships that are flying around. So, do you know anything about it?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We actually did, but we're not going to tell him. Just kidding.
You want to come up? Okay, here you go.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
For my profession, I'm an electronic and audio engineer.
All right.
And I have a major passion for Tesla and Tesla technology.
Yes.
And also health technology. One of the things I'm into is ozonated water and electrotherapy.
Yes.
I just wondered if you could elaborate on those things and whether they are a benefit to humanity.
Any permission slip that you're excited about is a benefit to someone. So the idea is always understand that all tools, all techniques, all rituals, all objects, no matter in what form they may be created, if they are exciting to you, if they are an expression of your excitement, they will be a benefit to someone. They may not necessarily benefit everyone, but they will be a benefit to someone. Because if it's a gift you have to give, there is someone waiting to receive it.
Okay, I thought you were going to say that. Would you
Oh,
be able to...
how psychic of you.
Brilliant. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit more on my interest actually on Tesla and the connection there? Because I've been told by a medium I have a connection there, but I'm
Well,
not
you're
quite sure what that
making
is.
a connection, just like anyone. When you are passionate about something, you will make energetic connections to other beings that you are aware of, or even some that you're not aware of, that may be similarly focused, and therefore you can download energy and information from them to assist you in exploring the theme and the passions that you're following in this life. So you make whatever connections you need to help guide you and propel you forward on that path.
Brilliant. One final question. I wanted to know, do I have any hybrid children?
Not directly in the way that you mean it. You are involved peripherally in another way that has to do with certain educational things, but we won't go deeply into that right now for a variety of reasons that I can't go deeply into right now.
I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm very grateful to be here. I love you and Daryl and your melodic voice.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you. One of my profession in this reality is a musical composer.
Oh, all right.
And,
how exciting.
I would like to ask you, please, could you explain connection between sound and matter or mass? I feel that sound creates the whole creation.
Yes, well, everything is resonance. Everything is frequency. Everything
Okay.
is a vibration of existence itself. So all the different frequencies determine the things that you perceive as different things. It's all made out of the same thing. It's all made out of consciousness. It's all made out of existence. It's all one thing. But the different vibrations, the different resonances, the different frequencies within it create the appearance and the experience of different things, including the concept of sound and light. You can see that they are interchangeable when you start to discover, as many of your scientists have, that you can transform one into the other, such as the science you know, or the effect you know as sonoluminescence. You're familiar with this? Where sound is used to create light.
Light?
Yes, it's called sonoluminescence. Look it up. They have found a way on your planet to use sound vibrations to actually create light, because it's just different expressions of the same thing at different frequencies.
Okay.
So it's all about resonance, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And could you tell us about the full potential of music for our civilization?
Well, there are many ways to express it, of course, and different individuals may need to experience it in a variety of different ways according to their belief systems, according to the themes that they're exploring, and the path that they are on. But generally speaking, you could say that when you create the resonances that are most aligned with your true selves on an individual, group, and collective level, you will immerse yourselves in a bubble of vibration and a bubble of resonance, in a bubble reality that will be conducive to accelerating and amplifying you very, very powerfully. This we do on our planet in a very specific way. We have 3 spheres that surround our planet, that orbit our planet. Each sphere is about 75 miles in diameter. They resonate at a certain frequency and immerse our planet in a bubble energy that allows us more ability to remain within a synchronistic state. These 3 spheres are referred to as epsilon, epiphany, and eclipse. We don't have moons, but we have these 3 spheres. They create an energy bubble, a state of being that allows us more opportunity to remain within the synchronism that we experience in our reality.
Okay, thank you.
So it's similar to what you're talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, very much.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
My love to you all.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Let me just expand on the sonoluminescence.
Yes.
Is there a similar conversion process in which you can convert sound or any other medium into electrical energy?
Absolutely.
Tell me about it.
Absolutely. Well, you have it in the basic fact of sonoluminescence. You just have to make slight adjustments, or you can add what are called waveguides in the area where you are creating the light with the sound, and the waveguide can be of a diameter that is representative of an electrical wavelength, so that it can conduct that vibration down its length in such a way so that it acts as a step-down transformer and a converter into the idea of what you call electrical phenomenology.
Cool.
It would help if it was actually lower in temperature, yes. What you call superconductive.
Right. So is superconductivity only possible at low temperature, or is there a way to...
No. The idea can be at what you typically refer to as room temperature and even higher temperatures than that. You just haven't discovered the materials yet that are responsible for being able to do that.
But you have, didn't you?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
You can use mixtures of copper and boron and a few other things that we will get into at another time when you are ready for that information. But you can begin experimenting with those.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
That does. Thank you very much. What is the speed of the, what we call here, electrostatic potential, or the potential of a charge density?
Well, it is fundamentally infinite, but you have different levels of it that you interpret in your dimensional reality. So depending upon the frequency you're at, it will determine a different speed for that. But the fundamental tick of the clock is what you refer to as the Planck time.
Okay, so Planck's constant is valid in some sense.
It is the tick of the clock of your experience of physical reality, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Does that help?
It does. What role does macroscopic quantum tunneling play in energy reception and energy conversion in electrical
It plays
systems?
a huge role.
Tell me
It's
about it.
actually within your biology, it's actually within your brain, and helps to allow your brain to act as a receiver for the higher frequency energies of your higher mind and convert them down into things that then can be processed as belief systems and thoughts and emotions and behaviors and activity within your biological.
And how does it apply specifically to electrical energy in systems?
Well, it helps generate the matrix along which electrical impulses can most easily be conducted.
So, and can you talk about an application to other than the brain?
Well, in the senses. Many of your scientists are now discovering that the ability of certain animals, such as certain birds, to navigate by the electromagnetic field has to do with the idea of quantum tunneling.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
It does, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. That's enough.
Thank you very much. Love you, Bashar.
And our love to you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Nice to meet you.
And you as well.
So I would like to ask you if some beings have higher vibration than human being.
Well, we have a higher vibration than humans.
And your physical body can be seen for us or not?
You can see us, but we are almost non-physical. But we can make ourselves appear to you in solid form.
So you can decrease your vibration?
Yes, which we do in order for this channeling to happen, because we have to come closer to the vibration of the channel, and the channel raises his vibration to come closer to us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It's so nice to meet you.
And you as well. Speak up, so that all may hear you.
My question that I wanted to ask you was already answered.
How synchronous of you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you just a mundane question. What does your normal day look like?
What does my normal day look like? All right. Not that anything in our reality is normal. It is natural instead. But the idea is, as many of you know, I am a first contact specialist. Therefore, a lot of my day is occupied by making contact with different civilizations, such as yours, extending the relationship between my civilization and those civilizations, such as yours. Some of my day may sometimes be occupied by the idea of exploring space, discovering the idea of new civilizations to make contact with. A lot of it is spent observing how different civilizations function. A lot of it is also spent participating in some of those civilizations in a variety of ways. Some of it is also acting as a sculptor, utilizing different materials, such as what we described earlier as the nanoglass material, to create different forms that are receptive to different levels of energy and express those energies through those forms as we create them. Interacting also with my fellow beings on my own world in a variety of ways. There are many things that occupy my experience on a day-to-day basis. Will that answer your question?
Thank you very much, yeah. And just one more question.
Oh, you had a question after all.
Yeah. Do you also need to sleep?
We do not sleep anymore. We do not eat anymore. We learned at one point in our civilization, in our evolution, to lucid dream very powerfully. And when we learned to lucid dream, we became aware that on a higher level, there is what we call a template, a blueprint for physical reality. And in lucid dreaming, by becoming awake in the dream and controlling the dream, we could take our consciousness to that level of the template and actually make adjustments in the template, in the blueprint, to make changes in physical reality that then allowed us to become more lucid in the physical dream. And then we started to understand that physical reality was just a different kind of dream. And so by becoming lucid in our dream state, we became lucid in the physical dream, and they started to blend together until there was no difference. So we don't need to go to sleep because we're always dreaming and we're always awake. Does that help you?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this timing, we will extend to each and every one of you our suggestion to go and refresh yourselves, and we will resume this transmission after your break. Thank you.
Oh, well. He forgot Bashar. He has to go get Bashar. Oh, did you do that because you like hearing them applause?
No, I took my glasses off.
Oh. Okay, so again, thank you all for coming. And you ready to connect with Bashar and share some more wonderful information with us?
Sure.
Okay, good. So thank you again, Darryl and Bashar, for taking us on this journey.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Orerose, let us continue the transmission with the continuation of your questions and dialogue, if you wish. All right. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Dobrý den, Bashare.
Hello, Bashar.
And good day to you.
I vám dobrý den.
Já jsem léčitel a přeji si zdokonalení schopnosti vyléčit nemocné i tam, kde to ještě pozemská medicína nedokáže a mé schopnosti na to zatím nestačí. A přeji si vytvořit síť spolupracovníků, kteří dokáží totéž. Jsi schopen mi v tom pomoci, naučit mě, jak vyléčit to, co zatím nedokážeme?
You cannot heal those who do not wish to be healed. Do you understand?
Chápu, ale jsou tací, kteří si to velmi přejí a přesto se to nepodaří.
They may say so on the surface, but that may not be true deep within. The idea as a healer is you simply create an energy that represents the healed state. The person must be willing to match that frequency in order to heal themselves. A healer never heals anybody directly. But many people may go to a healer and not necessarily actually desire to be healed. They may wish to even prove to themselves that they cannot be healed. So the idea is, if they walk away without being healed, you have still given them what it is they actually wished to experience. You cannot force the idea of healing on anyone, but you can simply provide the opportunity for them to heal themselves if they choose to match the energy that you are giving off. You have to allow them to choose whatever they choose. Does that make sense?
Dává, ano, setkal jsem se i s takovými, kteří
I even met
přáli verbálně být
who
vylečeni a toužili
verbally
potom, aby
claimed
nebyli.
they wished to be healed, but inside they didn't wish so.
Yes, and many times, even though the mind may say they wish to be healed, they may be on a journey, they may be on a path where it doesn't necessarily serve them to be healed that way. They may need to go through a different kind of process in order to truly heal themselves. But if they come to you, they are going to get something out of it in some way, shape, or form, and you may not always know what that is. You have to let them walk away with whatever it is they have taken from you and work on it themselves in their own lives, fitting it in where it belongs. So all you need to do is generate the state and allow them to experience whatever they choose to experience. That's all a healer can do. Make sense?
Dává, ale
Yes, it does.
existuje řada
But
nemocí,
there are
které
diseases
prostě naše civilizace
that
neumí
cannot
řešit.
be solved or healed by our civilization.
No, that is not true.
Ne, to není pravda.
You can heal anything fundamentally. Anything that you create, you can heal.
Děkuju.
Thank you.
Shivai.
And to you, good day.
My brother Bashar, I love you very much.
Oh, our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you. I would like to ask you about the light language, but before I ask you the question, I have some light language to share with you and my brother and sister. It's okay?
You may do that if you wish, but there will be no translation for us if it isn't something that's in the channel's vocabulary.
Okay, no problem. You just listen with your heart.
Of course.
Okay. Qie hu xue pa qie ku qie fu ka hu shi a xue fu ku qie qie ha ku xie po qie po kya qie hu qie hu sha fu xie hua po xie.
All right, thank you.
Thank
that is
you.
actually very reminiscent of an ancient Tibetan Qi exercise.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, what is the light language and how is it assisting the ascension process? Because my guides activate this language in me about 1 week ago.
Yes, well, the idea is, does it put you in the state of being that is representative of your true self?
Yes.
Then that's how it assists you.
Okay.
Because then when you act from that state of being, the things you are doing can then be more powerfully aligned with your true vibration and be more effective in your reality.
Okay. And could you speak a little bit about our star family from Sirius and their connection with ancient Egypt? The message I received from them is, we are returning and we return you to yourselves.
Yes. Many of the beings from Sirius were involved in the original teachings of civilization to certain cultures on your society, and many of them interacted with people on Earth from the ancient Egyptian civilization and many other civilizations on your planet to teach many different things like mathematics and astronomy and agriculture and language and many other things. And they are connected to many of you, and many of you are connected to them energetically. And many of you have counterparts, in a sense, other versions of yourselves in the Sirius civilization. So when those connections are realized, you can again amplify your energy connections and bring through that energy and information to the Earth to help with the transformation. And then eventually, when enough of that energy is experienced on your planet, then the Sirius beings can return and be compatible with the vibration you have created on your world. Now, the reason that you can also interact very strongly with whales and dolphins on your planet is because the whales and dolphins have been for many thousands of years telepathically connected with the Sirius beings, and you can learn many things from them by interacting with them in your waters that can prepare you for more contact specifically from those consciousnesses in the Sirius system.
Okay, thank you, my brother. And also I want to ask you, since I am connecting more deeply with my team of guides, I identify more as we than I. This is a part of the process and the ascension taking place.
It can be, yes.
Okay, good. And also I am drawn to the place Lake Titicaca in Peru.
Oh, all right. When will you go there?
I will go maybe in February
All right.
2017. I received guidance that I need to go to Peru.
Then you will be making more connections with the ancient civilizations that will download more information for you for the next step on your path.
Yes, they tell me that I have some connection with you, Bashar, but maybe everyone here feels the same way.
In a sense, and we obviously have connection to all of you, or you wouldn't be involved in this conversation. But the connections are various and different for different people, and many of you are connected to our civilization, whether you are connected directly with me personally or not, as well as other hybrid civilizations.
Okay, thank you. And
thank you.
How come Darryl does not wear his Hawaiian shirt anymore?
Because he is not in Hawaii.
Okay. Okay.
We understand that that is a humorous answer, but understand that the channel will also go through changes and the energy will also go through changes, and sometimes, like all of you, a person will realize that wearing certain things at certain times is representative of certain energy states, and that sometimes other energy states are necessary for the accomplishment of the interaction in a certain way. So these things will change dynamically over time for a variety of reasons.
Okay, and lastly, I feel a very deep connection with the hybrid children, not only the hybrid children, but all children of the world. I see them as my own children.
Yes, that's how we see all of our children.
Yes, my brother. And but I do not feel I have hybrid children. I feel like I am assisting and teaching in some way. This is true?
It is more that, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I love you. We love you.
Our love to you as well.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
And to you, good day.
Thank you for the honor to speak here.
Oh, the honor is ours.
I'm a little confused.
Oh, how exciting to be confused.
Yeah, it's about opening a new chapter in my life. I spent the last year in Peru and came back to Austria where I'm living and feel alien as I felt even before.
You think you feel alien?
Right.
But that's all right. Because all of you are learning more of who you are, and for a while that may make you feel very different than most typical people on your planet, which can make you feel a little alien, but that's all right.
Okay. And there is this deep desire to be of service and...
In what way? What excites you?
Freedom.
Yes, but how would you like to express being of service?
This is exactly what confuses me, that I do not really know the next step in my life.
Oh,
so I decided I go...
Nonsense. It's very easy to understand and find that out. You are here today because we assume it excited you to be here, yes?
Right.
So you can keep it on a very simple level, start small. When this conversation and this day is over, you have options in front of you. Just choose the one that has even just a little bit more excitement than any other option and act on that one first, with no insistence or expectation of opportunities to act on bigger and bigger and bigger expressions of excitement. And then when you're in the proper state, you will get the inspirations and the imagination for other ways in which you can express these things. But you can start a step at a time. You can start small. It's very easy to do that way.
Sounds good. Sounds easy.
It is. Many people on your planet have been taught that things have to be a struggle. They have to be difficult in order to be worth anything at all. That's not necessarily the case. Yes, of course, you will have challenges, but challenges are fun. Challenges are exciting. Challenges help you discover more of yourself. But you don't have to suffer and you don't have to struggle. It is very simple.
Okay.
Does that help?
It helps. I take it easy now.
Are you more excited?
A bit more relaxed.
All right, that can be exciting, to be relaxed. When we talk about acting on your excitement, as we often say, we don't mean you have to be running around and jumping up and down with your hair on fire. Excitement and passion can also be a sense of balanced peace and relaxation. Excitement can be expressed in many ways. We understand that sometimes the meanings of your words can be confusing in the way that they are being used here, but really we're just talking about the vibration that is true for you at any given moment. That's what it really just means. Yes?
Okay.
And being yourself and knowing yourself. That's all it takes. And allowing yourself to express that in all the ways you can, and the easiest thing, the compass needle for you, is whatever excites you more than any other option at that moment. Do that first.
All right.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Why, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please understand, this is all just physics. It's a simple formula. It's very easy to follow.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I would like to ask, first of all, the question, what is the difference, or maybe the general difference between our relationships to ET civilizations, like European relationships towards them, and versus US, and if there's some kind of because now it's all you came here, so it shows that it's collective, but before it was all about like the US was in front. So
not really.
Not really.
Not really. The idea is that many of your European nations are actually much more willing to talk about the existence of extraterrestrial beings than many of the people in the United States, because there are many fear-based systems that wish to keep the information from the public in the North American continent, of course in other places as well. But there is actually much more openness in the European nations about the existence of such things as ourselves.
Thank you.
Well, I had nothing to do with it, thank you.
Okay. Can you also tell me something about my personal relations toward extraterrestrials? Or
well, again, you all have energetic connections in a variety of ways. The most common ones for most of you are connections to the Sirius system, the Orion system, the Pleiadian system, the Arcturus systems, and the hybrid systems, and the Greys, and a variety of other things. But it simply will be dynamically changing in terms of those connections. As you change as a person, you will make different connections, or allow some of them to be stronger than others at different moments as you need that information.
Thank you.
Of course, you are all connected to the ancient Anunnaki, because you're all hybridized to begin with.
Of course. Can you tell us something about intelligence and its role in our society, because how it was in the movie yesterday described that Grace took the path of just technology, and how this relates, what is the real meaning of intelligence and how it differs?
Well, as you are discovering as a society, there is mental intelligence and there is emotional intelligence and there is spiritual intelligence, and when you have a balance of all these things, then that's a true expression of the overall idea of intelligence. Otherwise, if you're only using pieces of that, you're dampening down the energies of the other expressions of consciousness and intelligence. You're not operating in a full and holistic way. So to understand how to blend and balance and integrate these things, that's really the mark of intelligence in a holistic expression. Does that make sense?
Perfectly, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And the last one thing, I come from city Bratislava, from Slovakia.
Yes.
And we have UFO above our bridge. It's called UFO Bridge.
Oh,
and
all
it's
right.
like a restaurant. And I want to ask if it's coincidence. I want to ask if there was some like a plan when it was built. Like
there are no accidents. Everything is an orchestration in one way, shape, or form. And in the experience of having that location, it keeps people's brains and minds focused on the idea that there is something more than just what's going on the earth. So it acts, in a sense, as a bridge, literally, a connecting point to higher realms, hence the symbology.
Thank you very much, and for your energy.
Thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Can you tell me if there is any particular extraterrestrial civilization that I'm strongly connected to, and if there are many, if there is one that is stronger?
Why?
I just felt that I want to know this.
Why?
I guess it's something that is very difficult to figure out myself.
Why do you need to?
It makes me very curious.
Is that all? Just curious?
I feel it's important for me, but I don't know why.
You think it's important for you?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, because this is the first question that popped out in my mind.
All right, so we will ask a question first in return.
Okay.
If I tell you, what will you do with that information? How will it change your life?
I think I will try to make the connection. I will realize it more.
And again, by realizing the connection, what will you do with that realization?
I will try to make it even stronger, maybe.
You just said the same thing again. The idea is, if we tell you and you make it stronger, what will you do with that? How will you use that connection? How will you use that energy? What will be different in the way that you do things in life? You can think about it for a minute. What will be the difference in your life if you know this?
I think I will know more of who I am.
But in what way? I have just told all of you that you all have connections to extraterrestrials and other dimensional beings and many different kinds of things. But what will the specificity do for you? How will knowing a specific extraterrestrial civilizational connection change what you do in life? Can you imagine what the difference would be? Can you describe what the difference would look like between this moment and the moment after you find out what the connection is? What will change?
I think that everyone is thinking that maybe one day we'll meet an extraterrestrial civilization.
Well, you are meeting one right now, you know.
Yeah. Except you.
But what will be different for you?
And I think this can make the interaction to be closer in timeline speaking.
All right. Do you have a particular attraction to a particular extraterrestrial civilization that you already know about? Is there something about one of them more than another that fascinates you?
No, this is why I'm confused.
Well, there's no need for confusion just because you don't know which one you might be more strongly connected to. I'll ask the question this way. You are aware of some of the civilizations that I've already mentioned, yes? Sirius, Orion, Pleiadian, Arcturus, the hybrids, the Greys. When we mention any of these, does any of those names spark anything in you? Do you gravitate to one more than another?
No, I don't feel that.
Then how do you know you need to know this? If you're not automatically attracted to one more than another, maybe you don't need to know this. Maybe it would only be information that would get in your way. How do you know that it's going to make a difference?
Well, even if I don't know, the thing that you told me that I don't have to know this, it helps me. So it helps me anyway.
All right. Then perhaps the strongest connection is the you don't need to know civilization.
Yeah.
Did that clarify things for you?
Yeah, that makes me feel good.
Why?
Because it makes me feel like I'm on a good path.
So the idea that you were buying into, that the only way for you to really make the connections you need to make is to know this information now, is not something you have to believe in anymore, correct?
Yeah.
You can know that you can make all the connections you need to make and experience all the things that are relevant for you without necessarily having to know that one piece of information, yes?
No, I will let the higher mind do this job.
Say again?
I will let the higher mind do this job.
All right, very good. So does this help you?
Yes, it helps me. Thank you.
And we thank you for going through this process.
I just want to ask you one more thing.
Yes? Is this something else you don't need to know?
Maybe.
All right.
You should tell me.
Yes?
Is it true that there is a powerful energetic vortex in the geographical location called Romania?
There are powerful vortices in all sorts of places on your planet.
Is something special about Bucegi Mountains in Romania country?
Yes.
Can you tell me what's going on there?
Not a large one, but there is a temporary extraterrestrial underground base.
Which race?
You don't need to know that.
Okay.
Remember?
For other people that don't know, there's also an area
They
there.
don't need to know that either.
Okay. And is there anything that you could tell me that could help me?
Are you acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on the outcome every moment that you possibly can in life? Yes or no?
This is something that I do, yeah.
Then there is nothing else I need to tell you.
Good.
And there's nothing else you need to know.
That's great. I just felt that I want to ask you something because the excitement of coming here was huge. And with that excitement comes the idea that maybe this will lead somewhere and will help me with something.
Of course it will. And you'll find out exactly where it will lead you through the synchronicity that unfolds in your life.
And that's why I wanted to ask a question to you, because I was curious, what do I have to find out here in Prague?
But let me give you a little bit of a secret. You will actually learn more by making statements than asking questions.
Is it?
Do you understand? You open more doors within your mind by making a statement that you believe is true for you, because then you have the conviction that allows more information to be accessed by us and other beings. When you're asking questions, you're acting like you're not really sure you have the answers, when of course somewhere within you, you do. And therefore you're closing doors through which information can be accessed by yourself and by others. So you don't have to be excited about asking a question. You can be just as excited about making a statement that you believe is true for you.
Okay, let me reformulate. As you read my energy now, there is nothing else I have to know.
Oh, there's lots of other things you have to know.
Thank you for confusing me.
It may just not be my job to tell you.
Well, this is also a help anyway, so thank you very much.
One moment. I'm not done with you.
That's good to hear.
What place are you most attracted to in Prague?
Obviously this one.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah.
But after this?
I will go to see the Apple Museum. I heard that's I'm very attracted to technology and this kind of stuff.
You are attracted to technology?
Yeah.
Computers?
Yeah, computers, mobile phones, tablets, everything that's new.
I see. Why?
Why?
Yes, why? Why is that so attractive? What does it do for you? What state does it
I like
put you in?
innovation. I like everything new. I like everything about the future.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right. So, that feeling that you get when you think about, as you say, the future and the possibilities, yes?
Yeah.
Allow yourself to live in that energy now, and a lot more information will come to you. Yes? Because if you live in the energy now that represents the future to you, then the things of the future can manifest more quickly in the now.
Yeah.
Yes?
It's like the idea of teleportation, but I just teleport the the future.
All of you are teleporting all the time. That's what happens when you shift through all the different billions of parallel realities per second. You're, in a sense, teleporting. So the idea is to know that that's going on, start to get closer to matching the frequency at which that happens, and you will start accelerating and bringing everything into the present moment that needs to be brought in terms of all the information it's relevant for you to know right now. You create the future here and now, rather than out there somewhere. Does that help?
I'm curious, why did you ask me about what place I'm passionate?
Because the state of being that you can create through that particular passion can accelerate you in exactly the way I just described.
By not thinking about the future.
By not thinking about the future, but creating the state of being that exists when you do think about the future, but bringing that state here into the present so that you can bring the future here in the present rather than thinking of the future as somewhere you have to go to.
Yeah. That totally helps, and
all right.
I hope also helps other people too.
Of course, everyone who needs to get something from it will do so. So you don't have to hope about it. You can know that whoever needs to get something from this is getting it. So thank you.
Thank you for being a professional, and thank for all the people that came here to see you.
And thank you as well. Good day.
Good day to you.
Shivai Bashar.
And to you, good day.
And hello from Estonia.
Oh, all right.
It's
Hello, Estonia.
Yes. It's my pleasure to be here and experience all that. And it's another dream what came through, so I'm really honored. Thank you.
Thank you for dreaming with us.
Yes, exactly. So I have one question about our sexuality.
Yes.
About what is happening in that time when we have the intercourse. What happened, like energetical, mechanic, or
well, your chakras are aligning. The idea of the Kundalini is activated. You're connecting more energetically to more of yourself and more of creation in a variety of ways. You're activating different markers in your genetic structure in certain ways. A lot of things are happening. You're giving off energy bursts with your heartbeat that travel out at what you call the speed of light around the world and immerse people in that vibration of connection and harmony and integration. There's a lot of things happening during that particular experience.
Ah, that's interesting. Thank you. But as I am a tantric therapist,
yes,
I increase also in the sessions the people's energetic level or something is happening, as I understand, in a higher level also. But
yes,
what is happening in a higher level?
Well, it's not so much that there is more happening in a higher level, it's that you have more ability to connect to the higher level that already exists, that is a part of you. Okay, so there's more harmonization and synchronization with the higher frequencies.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, then it's another question about one symbol. What I had when I was listening one YouTube video, and their actuarians said that now we are going to give you some energy and you will write it down or draw.
Yes.
So I draw one symbol, and I don't know what does it mean, and I'm really curious
Well, what
about
does it look like?
It's look like a person is like, yay, and there's like a earth beneath that, something like that.
Are you saying, in a sense, that the figure of the person is doing this?
Yeah, but the feet are together, and the hands are like up.
All right. And so the idea is that it is drawing down energy from the higher levels through the body as a conductor into the earth, and also bringing the earth energy up through the body and out into the cosmos.
Interesting.
So as above, so below. Because everything that exists in physical reality has a template in non-physical reality.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So another question is about the template level, because I'm also practicing the lucid dreaming.
Yes.
And sometimes I know that I'm in template level, but how I can figure that out in a real way to know that this is the template level and I can change something?
But if you are lucid, all you have to do is allow yourself to think of being at the template level, and that's where you are. And then use your imagination to rearrange the blueprint in whatever way symbolically represents the changes that you would prefer to create in your physical dream.
Okay, because the template level in my experience was like one old house or something like that.
You can use it that way. It can be represented in many different ways.
Okay.
So you can use your imagination to alter the house in whatever way symbolically represents something that would be more in alignment with what you wish to experience in physical reality.
Yes, I did change the old house.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Does that help?
great. Yeah, it does.
All right, well, thank you.
Well, thank you. So, Shivai.
Shivai.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So delighted to have you here in Europe. Thank you for coming, making it easy for us.
All right, well, I'm not really in Europe, but thank you.
So my question is really about self-doubt.
Yes, well, self-doubt, again, like we have said, is not a lack of trust. It's a trust in something that you don't prefer. Does that make sense? You're always trusting something to be true. Doubt is not a lack of trust. It's a trust in something you don't prefer, because you're always trusting something to be true. So again, the issue is, if you have the experience called self-doubt, it means you're trusting in a belief or a definition of yourself that's out of alignment with your true self. And you can ask yourself, why would I buy into that? Why would I trust something I don't prefer to believe about myself?
Well, why would I?
Because you have a belief that makes it seem like the logical choice as opposed to the alternative. So this is based on your motivational mechanism. When you are motivated to keep choosing things you don't prefer, it means that you have a belief attached to that thing that makes it seem to be the preferred choice to the alternative. Even though you know you may prefer the alternative, you may have some belief attached in a way that makes it actually seem to be the less beneficial choice. Because you all always, without fail, without hesitation, you will always move in the direction and choose in the direction of what you believe to be in your best interests. You will always move away from what you believe is not in your best interest. So if you find yourself behaving in a way where you're choosing things that you know are not in your best interest, your first clue is that that must mean you've attached an unconscious belief to that thing that actually makes it seem to be more in your interest than the alternative that you know would be in your interest, but you have your belief system backwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you need to find that belief that you've attached to that thing and allow it to be conscious so that you can see that it makes no sense. And once it makes no sense, it's gone. But you have to find and identify what that belief would be. An example we often use is the idea that is common on your planet of what you call money, where some people buy into the belief that if they have a lot of wealth and a lot of abundance, that somehow it will corrupt them, somehow it will make them a bad person. As you say, the love of money is the root of all evil. That's not really true. The idea is you can look around and see that there are many people who are abundant and wealthy who are very good people. So you know that the idea that money will automatically corrupt you and make you a bad person is not empirically true. Once you understand that, you realize that you don't have to buy into that as a fact. It's just an opinion, it's just a perspective, it's just a belief. And therefore you can see that it's nonsensical. It doesn't have to be true. Once it's nonsensical, you can let it go. Because if you've been taught that to be abundant is to be corrupt, and you don't want to be corrupt, you will do everything in your power to make sure you're never abundant. Because you're equating abundance to corruption. Once you break that link and see that it's nonsensical to have those things fused together, then you can attract abundance because you know it's not going to make you a bad person automatically. That's a nonsensical concept. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
Does this help you?
It does help me.
Anything else?
Yeah, well, so in light of the conversation we're having here and the purpose for the whole gathering,
yes.
How about dropping this idea of, oh, I'm a little bit crazy because I'm getting a sense of what's going on, like the changes that are going on. I'm feeling more sensitive to everything that's occurring.
Well, what's wrong with being crazy?
Well,
there is good crazy, you know.
Yeah, well, what does that look like?
The idea is simply that you're disorienting. Many of you are disorienting from the old reality, but you're in a limbo state before you reorient to the new idea, to the new reality. For a while, that can make you feel a little bit crazy, a little bit adrift, a little bit uncertain as to what direction to look in, but that's just part of the process. Yes?
And then how do we...
You know the formula. You know the formula. We've given it over and over. You understand the formula?
Well, I understand it when you say it, but my mind's gone blank, but yeah, I do get it.
Again, please remember that when you activate the formula, you act on your highest passion every moment that you can to the best that you are able, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, with zero insistence, zero assumption as to the outcome. You automatically activate the complete and total kit of the tools that then come to bear in your life. The driving engine that moves you forward, that motivates you. The organizing principle of synchronicity that shows you exactly what to do, in what order, and when. The path of least resistance that allows you to experience your life in an effortless way. The path that connects you to all other expressions of your excitement. The reflective mirror that reveals to you anything within your unconscious mind that might be out of alignment with that excitement, so you can identify it and let it go and bring that energy back into alignment and expand your excitement. It will support you in every way that you need to be supported, no matter what form that needs to come in. And it will leave absolutely nothing, absolutely nothing relevant out. It's a complete kit. All you need to do when you take the action of acting on the three-part formula, acting on your passion, and allow this toolkit to work for you in this way, any situation and circumstance that then arises from the actions that you've taken, even if it's something that you don't prefer, you need to stay in a positive state and know that it must be there for a positive reason, and that you will only get a positive and beneficial effect from it, no matter what anyone else gets out of it, if you stay in that positive state. That's the entire formula. That's it. That's all you need to know. And if you do this, you will see that it works. Guaranteed, because this is a description of the nature and structure of the mechanism of existence and how you create your reality experience. That's the instruction manual. That's all there is to it. It's that easy. It's that simple. If you do it, you will see that it works.
Cool.
Does that help you?
Yeah, it does. Can I ask one more thing?
Yes.
I just want to know what the root of jealousy is. Like, what is that fit? What is that about?
That you're not good enough? That you don't believe you have what you need, but someone else does?
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm very excited to talk to you.
And you as well.
I have a question.
Yes.
I choose to smoke every day.
Oh, all right. What are you smoking?
Cigarettes.
All right. And why do you choose this? No judgment, just why do you choose it? What do you believe it does for you as a permission slip? You understand it is a permission slip, right?
Yes, of course.
All right, so what do you believe it does for you?
When I do not choose it,
Yes?
I observe that I am extremely horny. There's an overflow of sexual energy.
All right.
And my question is, how can I use this overflow of sexual energy in a positive way to be of service?
Can you transform the energy where it is and when it is appropriate into other forms of creative expression?
Sure.
Well, then, does that siphon off some of the energy being expressed in a sexual way or not?
Sometimes it does.
And sometimes it does not? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you know that? It's your body. Yes? No? Maybe?
Maybe yes. Excuse me.
All right.
Is there any specific information you could give me to...
When you have what appears to be an excess of sexual energy?
Yes.
Go get laid.
I mean, besides all that.
Well, why besides that? Why not that?
Because my girlfriend is not around all the time.
All right. Then those are the times that you can siphon it into different creative expressions, yes?
Yes.
Or, of course, you can service yourself.
Yes. Can I ask another question?
We're not done with this one yet. We have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you paint? Do you draw? Do you write? Something like that?
I write and I design graphics.
Is there something you've been wanting to write that you have been hesitating to write?
Yes.
What's that?
That's a book about empowerment.
What's the hesitation to start writing it?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do. You're not going to get away with that. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid will happen if you go forward and write the book you say that you're really excited to write? What's the hesitation? What's the fear? What will happen? Come on.
Maybe that I can sustain financially?
So you have a limited definition of abundance because you don't allow your definition to be broad enough to support you in whatever way it needs to support you, which doesn't necessarily mean it will always be money.
Yes.
But remember that our definition of abundance is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it. Do you believe that you can attract whatever form of abundance you need to attract to allow you to support yourself in whatever way you need to continue to do what you need to do?
Yes.
Then why not allow that to be there so that you can do the thing that excites you? And by the way, doing the thing you say would excite you, writing this book, certainly that's something you can do in some of the time that you have, yes?
Yes.
If you are, and here's the key, blocking yourself and creatively frustrating yourself, you follow me?
Yes.
You're going to build up excess creative energy that's going to want to express itself in other ways because you're not expressing the flow in the direction you would actually prefer to.
That helps. Thank you.
You understand?
Yes.
So get writing. Use that hand for something else.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
Thank you. I feel like I need a cigarette now.
Is there anything else you are allowed to tell me?
Get writing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Always wanted to do this. I would like you to talk a little bit more about having children in your civilization. How does the process occur?
At this point, differently than it used to. We used to be very similar to you, structured in a very similar way, biologically. Now that we are quasi-physical, the creation of a child happens very differently. Beings can get together in a variety of ways and create an energy bubble outside of their bodies that is of a specific frequency or harmonic of frequencies. In that bubble of energy, a new body is formed that is representative of a child, that then allows the higher mind and spirit soul consciousness to infuse itself within that idea. But the energy bubble itself is a crystallization of the soul, of the higher mind, in which a body can form. Because in reality, your body is inside your spirit, not the other way around. Your spirit is bigger than the physical form. So we create a crystallization of the higher mind and the spirit and allow the body to form naturally like a seed in the center. And then the child, in a sense, is born. Having made the choice to be in our society, it will grow, it will learn, it will be guided, but again, remember, we are all telepathically connected. So at about the age you would consider to be 3 years of age, the child can go off on their own, learning whatever they wish to learn, because we always know where they are. They're always telepathically connected. We are one family in that sense. Every adult is the parent of every child. The child belongs to every adult. It is one family, one marriage. They're never out of our sight. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We provide an environment for them that creates a safe environment for them to learn what they need to learn, for them to express their excitement in whatever way is relevant for them in our society, to give them the opportunity to understand the physics of physical reality and the consequences of choices that they may make in a safe environment. We encourage them to discover themselves in all ways possible, while again receiving the guidance of the synchronism energy in our society that allows them to receive what they need when they need to receive it.
That's great.
Anything else you need to know?
Yes. Another question is, before you were answering about how your normal day looks like.
Yes.
I would
My
like
natural
to know,
day.
Your natural day, sorry. I would like to know, while the channel is connected, you are connected to Darryl, what do you do? I mean,
I can do many things. More often than not, I might be on my ship in a state of repose to help amplify the connection for the channel. But I can also be shifting my consciousness in ways that I can be off doing many other things simultaneously.
Right. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Milý Bashare,
Dear Bashar, i tobě dobrý den.
já vím, že dneska
I know that
nic
today
není náhodou,
nothing
že
is
všechno má svůj
accident,
řád v životě
everything has its order in life.
a taky není náhodou,
And
že
it's
jsem
not
dneska
by
právě tady
coincidence that I'm here
a pro
today,
mě to není snění, ale
and
tvrdá
for me it's
realita.
not a dreaming but hard reality.
Yes.
Chtěla bych se
I
zeptat
would
na
like to
něco,
ask
co jsem vůbec neměla připravené,
a question that I had not prepared,
a to je to,
And
že já
that is-
dneska podruhé v životě vidím auru.
then that today, for the second time in my life, I'm able to see auras.
Je to aura tvoje nebo Darryla?
Is it your aura or Darryl's aura?
The idea is as you match the frequency of our energy that we are giving off to all of you, if you choose to match it, it lifts your energy to a point where your senses can become more sensitive to seeing energy that was previously invisible to you. So this is also part of your natural evolution. When you stretch your consciousness, you will expand your senses to see more than what you typically saw that was physical in the past. You will see more things that are less and less physical on higher and higher levels. So it's one of the symptoms of the expansion for you to start seeing energy that you couldn't see before.
Před 20 lety jsem se setkala s mimozemskou civilizací. Je to náhoda?
20 years ago, I encountered an ET civilization. Is this a coincidence?
You have already just said that you know there's no such thing as an accident.
To jsem chtěla slyšet.
This is what I wanted to hear.
Well, thank you very much for hearing it.
Tak,
Does that help you?
Měla jsem těžký život a myslím si, že jsem silná a čerpala jsem
my
energii právě
life
z
was
vesmíru.
very strong, but I think I'm very strong because I was able to draw energy from the universe.
Yes, you all do.
My všichni to tak.
No, tak právě proto si myslím, že jsou na té správné vlně,
Well, that is why I believe I'm on the right path.
protože v životě dělám věci jenom ty, o kterých jsem přesvědčená.
Because I only do things in my life that I think are correct.
As long as you are true to yourself and acting on your highest joy, then you are in alignment with your true vibration. And you are the path. You're not on a path, you are a path.
Chtěla jsem se ještě zeptat, jestli existují také nějaké negativní síly, co se týká jiných civilizací.
I also wanted to ask, are there any negative powers or strengths as far as other civilizations are concerned?
Of course, there are going to be negative expressions throughout the universe, but you don't have to worry about it because if you are on a vibrational level that is high enough, then in a sense you are invisible to anything not on that frequency.
Jsem přesvědčena o tom, co dělám, že dělám správně.
I'm convinced that what I'm doing
Můžeš mě
well.
potvrdit, že to tak je?
All right.
But can you confirm this is true?
You're not sure?
Já jsem si jistá, ale chci to slyšet od tebe.
I am sure, but I want to hear from you as well.
What if I said no? What would you do?
Budu pokračovat v tom, co dělám.
I will keep on doing what I'm doing.
Exactly.
No,
Which means you're on the right path.
Tak nezbývá, než poděkovat za to,
So there's nothing to do but to thank.
že šíříš lásku, že odrazuješ lidi od nenávisti,
Thank you.
protože to je přesně ta moje cesta, kterou jsem se dala.
Thank you for spreading love, and thank you for allowing people to be good people, not bad.
The idea,
Because that's what I'm doing as well.
yes, the idea is to just be your true self.
A proto se ještě zeptám poslední otázku.
And therefore, I wish to ask one more
jsem ve
question.
vysoké politice
I'm
a
active
mám
in
šanci
high
tam něco
politics.
změnit?
Do I have a chance to change things?
Of course you do, if you take the actions that are true for you in that particular area. These things are not mysterious. These things are obvious.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It is very beautiful to be here and to actually be able to pronounce my great thank for what you do and how you support and help so many people.
It is our excitement to do so whether you pay attention or not. Because we do what excites us for its own sake.
Yes, so I think everybody can feel it when you talk to the people that this is just the reason why you're doing it. And it exactly is what you know what I feel. I live very often on my highest excitement.
Yes.
And I'd call myself a happy child because even if the circumstances are not that good, I still feel this happiness, which actually in earlier times...
That's because state of being is, in a sense, more powerful than the circumstances. Circumstances do not create state of being. State of being creates circumstances.
Yeah. I heard that from you about 3 years ago, and I was listening to it very often, and now I can
now you can live it?
Yes, I can live it and proceed it because in earlier times it was like when circumstances was bad and I still felt good, I felt like something was wrong with me. So.
All right, but please remember, circumstances are not inherently bad. They're just neutral.
Yeah.
You're the one that decides to give them a negative or a positive definition. Circumstances are just circumstances.
So what I'm up to now is I think that I have in myself started negative beliefs.
Of what?
Well, first of all, my mom used to tell me, "Oh, sweetie, don't get so excited all of the time." So she said it to...
And how does that feel?
Well, I didn't understand it because to me it was a natural state of being, to be excited.
Exactly, it is.
Yes.
It's your natural state.
Yes. And she told me not to be so excited, to keep me away from maybe other people not understanding me, and that would give me pain or would hurt me or...
All right, but the only reason that she was telling you that is because she didn't give you the complete toolkit. Because the true state of excitement, you can't be hurt. Otherwise, you're not really in the state of true excitement, true alignment.
But I realized that whenever I'm excited now, and for example, I'm not only wanting to, but I will spread what you teach us in my country, which is Germany.
Yes.
I just don't know in which way I shall do it because I do not want to interfere with my opinion in what you say, because what you say is clear and absolutely powerful.
But you have to put it into your own words. You have to make it your own truth. And that means it will then come out in the way that it needs to, and it will be an honest representation of what you have made true for yourself. So if you're living it, that's the best example of all. Sometimes you don't even have to say anything. Just show people what you're like when you're living it, and they will come to you and say, how are you doing this? How are you living such a life of joy and abundance? They'll want to know, and then you can simply tell them in your own words how it works.
The thing I would need your help for is, since I had all these people telling me, oh, don't be so excited and just stay with what you do, don't change your mind like every 5 minutes, I started to have this blockage, I'd say, in my head, that whenever I'm excited, I can't really, let the energy flow in a way that people go with me. I just overrun them.
Well, that's not excitement either. The idea, again, is that excitement brings a balanced state of expression, not an overwhelming one.
So what is that overwhelming coming from, do you think?
The fact that you are blocking the natural excitement. You're resisting the natural excitement. You're overcompensating, in other words. Because you've been told not to be excited, but you know you wish to be, but now you're overly excited. You're not really excited, you're just overly compensating the energy and actually going into anxiety, like, I have to be excited, I have to be excited, I have to be excited. That's not excitement. That's just being manic. You understand?
Yeah.
That's not excitement.
But
excitement has a naturally balancing energy to it.
Well, I do feel excitement right now, but it's in a calm and loving way.
Exactly. And that's more real as an expression and more accurate as an expression of excitement.
So when I was talking with friends about the UFO sighting I had, I was kind of very encouraged because I was raised to be very rational, and only while being rational and good, I got love and, from my parents. So I do know that, but I still have a problem with
Then you need to find the belief systems within you and reveal them to yourself so you can let them go when you allow them to appear nonsensical. This is your process. It's all right to be in process. That's your life. That's fine. There's no rush. You're an infinite, eternal, indestructible being. What's your hurry?
No hurry.
Then be here now. And stay in a balanced state of expression of your excitement.
So would you say that, for example, meditation would be
if
one of it?
If that's your permission slip,
it's a permission
you
slip
have to
again.
attract yourself to what permission slip works for you with your belief system. All things are permission slips. All tools, all techniques, all rituals, all objects, they're all permission slips. Use the one that works best for you until you realize you're the one giving yourself permission anyway and don't need the permission slip anymore.
That would lead me to the question, I asked whether it would be meditation because in the beautiful movie you showed yesterday, Darryl was, during meditation, got contact, was able to make contact with you. So this is something I realized I really wish to have contact in.
You are having contact right now.
Yes, but I can't take you with me.
Yes, you can. That's a belief system. All you need to do is understand, number one, you're speaking to your own higher mind right now as well. You're just using me as an excuse to do so.
Okay.
And therefore, your own higher mind is with you all the time. So all you have to do is use the technique, the permission slip of us, to go at any moment, what would Bashar say?
Yeah, I did so. And
Yes.
I wanted to ask you whether the answers I got
were from your higher mind.
Okay, and then I'm not going to
So you
ask you...
can take it with you.
Okay, and it's true, because if I would ask you the question now, that how can I tell that it's not what I wish to hear is what I hear, but that it is what, it's you or my higher mind telling me, I start feeling the difference, what is true. And
all right, you will get what you need. You will
Yes.
get what you need and trust that instead of trusting something you don't prefer.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, beautiful.
So, take it with you.
Yes, I will.
Thank
you
you.
very much, Bashar.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I just want to express my gratitude. I have been following your teachings for, I think, 15 to 20 years now.
All right, our deep appreciation.
From Norway. And I have used many of your permission slips over the years.
All right.
And the last years, maybe the 3-4 years or so, they have really begun to kick in.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. I haven't really changed very much in my life, like careers and friends or anything in particular, actually. But
are you doing what excites you?
yes, I am.
Well, then why should it change?
No, it doesn't have to change. That was what I came to understand after many years of...
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. And you should probably believe that after 20 years of listening to you, I would finally get to to a state with a grandiose question or something, but
not necessarily, as we said. If you're making statements that are true for you, you don't need to ask questions. The idea is to understand that you can answer all your questions.
I have been able to do so, and your voice is constantly in my head answering most of my questions.
We are happy to be used as a permission slip.
Thank you. Now my excitement right now is experimenting on cutting down on the meat consumption actually.
All right, that's fine.
For the last 4 or 5 weeks or something, I haven't eaten any meat.
All right.
Makes my
Does it feel good to you?
Very good. Very good.
Then you are continuing to do what works for you.
I think so, yes. And my meditations are getting more and more exciting. You explained excitement as nothing. Doesn't have to be in dancing around. And this is my kind of excitement. Leading up to maybe a question, I don't know, but...
well, why don't you get to it?
I feel maybe that I am a little bit more introvert than the common people that I interact with.
So?
Is that...
Well, is it the product of a negative belief about yourself, or is it simply natural for you?
I think it is natural.
Are you sure?
I'm not 100% sure, but at least 95%.
Are you 99% sure?
Yes, I am.
All right. Then you can roll with that for the moment.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Is there something you wish to ask?
Well, I don't feel any connections to the hybrid program, but maybe I should ask a little question around that anyhow, just for the curiosity. Is that okay?
Yes, of course it's okay to ask. Is it okay if I don't answer you?
Yeah, it's quite okay.
All right. Then go ahead and ask.
How did I fall for that after so many years? I don't know. It has to be me standing up here, making me a little anxious, perhaps.
Yes.
The
answer is really no, not in the way that most people mean it.
Yeah. That was my...
So, does that answer your question?
It does. A little question about the fall of...
You're not getting any information on that?
No?
No.
Okay.
We have to allow things to unfold.
Okay. Last one.
The last one, what?
Question.
I thought you didn't have any.
Well, it pops us as a...
all right.
Yeah.
And so?
Pineal gland.
Yes, the pineal gland.
Pineal gland. I understand that this is a very important tool.
Yes, well, it produces the NN-dimethyltryptamine, DMT, that allows you to perceive into other dimensions, especially the idea of your dream time and allowance of encounters in other realms and realities.
Yes.
So the idea of focusing on that to some degree in whatever permission slip way you prefer to can increase your ability to perceive interdimensionally more precisely and more often. But it's up to you.
Yes, I have experienced this once, but that was during ayahuasca.
Yes. Again, the teachers of the earth can bring you these abilities, but teach you also that you can achieve these states on your own without the teacher.
Yeah.
So
here I am.
And so here you are, and so are we done?
I guess so.
Then thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
So I have a lot of questions for you.
Well, we will answer a couple of them.
I think so. So first question, your favorite one. Do I have hybrid children?
Do you have hybrid children?
Yes.
Do you have hybrid children?
I would say yes.
Do you have hybrid children? You have 3 that are listening in.
Nice. I'm saying hello to them.
They have already said hello to you.
Good. And can you tell me age of these three?
7, 13, 17.
Thank you. And maybe same question, but regarding my wife. Is there any children of her?
Yes, well, some of the same that you share.
Okay, that's enough.
And others that you don't.
Okay. It's okay.
Where did your minds go with that? Remember that genetic material used in the hybridization agenda is spread around quite a bit.
Yes, but if you mix it with your idea of the big family that every adult is parent to every children, it's quite okay.
Yes.
So next question would be about the Sphinx, because...
The Sphinx.
Yes.
Yes.
Some years ago you have mentioned some probability that we will find something under it, and what is the result?
And?
Yep, the question is, what's the result? What was there?
There are records there.
Yeah, and is it discovered already, or is it still hidden, or?
There are people that know about it but haven't told anyone.
Yeah, so it's not public.
Not public, but it has been discovered.
Yeah, is it emerald tables?
No.
No? Okay.
Not all of it has been deciphered either.
Yes.
Most of it has not. But you will find in there records of Atlantis. Yes. You will find many of the things that were destroyed in the Library of Alexandria, among other things.
And is there any evidence about the ET?
In a sense, yes, there is talk about beings that actually are references to extraterrestrials, but that may not be completely obvious at first when you read the texts.
Yes.
You'll have to see deeper, as you say, read between the lines.
Yes.
Because there are many references to the idea of extraterrestrial beings that are referred to in your literature as gods. Not that we are, but many of the people back then referred to extraterrestrials that way.
Okay. Next question would be about the mass consciousness.
Mass consciousness.
Yes. Because I don't understand the exact relationship of the unique person. So is there any limitation that you have to wait for mass consciousness to make a move?
You don't always have to wait.
Yes.
But there are things, obviously, you have agreed to abide by in the consensus reality. But they are usually, at this point, relatively basic. You can still experience everything you need to experience that's relevant for you as an individual, even within the mass consensus reality. But there are things you're going to abide by in the mass consensus because that's the general game that you're playing. In other words, look at the mass consensus reality as the concept of playing the game of chess. You do have to follow certain rules in order to be playing the game of chess. But how you play, your strategies, what kind of pieces you use, what they're made of, that's up to you as an individual. So you can have a lot of individuality, but you're still on a chess board playing by the rules of chess. That doesn't stop you from playing the way you need to play. Yes?
Yeah, yes. And I guess it was my choice to choose this reality.
Of course. Everything is a choice.
And is it coming from the template level?
Well, it's from the spirit level, which includes the template reality, yes.
Yes, and because, you know, I don't like the idea that there is something written that I cannot change.
It's not meant that way.
Yeah.
It's not meant that way. It's not that rigid.
Yeah, so for example, I can change it in my dream states.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
But this is why this is happening now. It's giving you the understanding that you have more control and more freedom than you've been taught. Now you can change your themes in the middle of a physical life without having to die in order to do it. There are many things now you have the freedom to do if you understand that you have these freedoms, if you start redefining what the reality is to you. So there are many more things now that can be done than could be done before.
Yes, so it's more flexible now.
Much more flexible now.
Makes sense.
Yes.
And probably last question. If somebody is incarnated, and you are saying that everything is neutral, the situation, that we are giving the meaning, but you know, when
you are giving it the meaning, that doesn't mean you can't recognize the difference between mechanically positive energy and mechanically negative energy. But that's not a value judgment. It's a recognition that negative energy, negative mechanics is that which disconnects, segregates, gives that experience, whereas positive energy gives the experience of connection, integration, and expansion. These are just mechanical descriptions of the way the energy works.
Yeah, but when a human being starts his life, who is defining the world around? You know,
from the spirit, you define and choose the theme. Then, as the physical being, you will play out that theme. How you play it out is up to your free will. But you will play out that theme because that theme defines you as this unique perspective. You are a theme of exploration, of a higher level of your consciousness. But remember, physical reality is a dream.
Yep, so just to have an example, for example, if you eat chocolate, you will die. So, or something like chocolate is not healthy. So who is defining this?
So it may be part of the theme that you have to explore these ideas and find what kinds of reactions you have to these things, because they may be symbolic of a theme you are exploring about what is and isn't relevant for your life, or what is and isn't positive for the theme that you're exploring.
Yes, so it's all included.
It's all included, yes.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
That's it, thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. My great love and gratitude to you.
And our unconditional love to you as well.
So I have 3 questions. My highest excitement is breathwork.
Breathwork?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Good thing that you're breathing then.
Absolutely, thank you. Just checking.
Yes.
So through your teachings and my excitement, intuition, I have created a breathwork permission slip.
All right.
And through this, people have had many profound experiences.
Thank you for sharing your gift.
Okay. And what I want to ask is, many times people have had experiences with ETs during the session.
Yes, because you're putting them in the proper state in order to perceive these things.
What I want to ask is, who are these beings?
Oh, I'm not going to answer that.
Okay.
That is personal for every single person that experiences it, and we cannot give you a rundown of the entire group that you are dealing with. But everyone perceives who they need to perceive. I will tell you this, more often than not, what they're encountering is another version of themselves in that civilization.
Okay. That answered another question. I wanted to ask, was it connected with me or the person individually?
It can be both.
Okay.
It can be either. It depends, and again, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis.
Will you come visit someday?
Of course I will.
Thank you. Okay.
Does that help?
It does.
All right.
My second question is, earlier this year I had a channeling experience myself.
Yes.
Physically, it was very demanding.
At first it can be if you're not used to the energy, but you can get used to it.
Okay. There was a name and a feeling that came through quite strongly.
Which was what?
Ananda.
All right.
And I happened to be sitting in the audience 2 seats away from a lady called Ananda.
All right. So you're getting your reinforcement, your synchronous reinforcement that what you're picking up on is accurate for you.
Yes. And what I'd like to ask is, because since then I've stopped, because I think I've blocked that.
Why?
Because of the physical discomfort and maybe some doubts.
Well, I understand that it may be challenging at first, but it will not in any way, shape, or form get less if you stop. Okay. So if you want it to alleviate, you actually need to keep going so that you can get used to the energy. More resistance can, not will, but can make it worse. Do you understand?
Yes.
So start going with the flow and trusting it. It will alleviate. You'll match the frequency. It will be more supportive. Yes?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
My last question is, I am from Ireland.
All right.
And I want to ask you about a synchronicity between your Essassani symbols of the pyramid and the spiral.
Yes. It's
So-
not a pyramid, it's a triskelion.
Okay.
It's similar to the idea of the triskelion that exists on the Isle of Man.
Okay.
Does that help you?
It does. It does. What about Newgrange in Ireland?
What are you asking?
The triple spiral?
Yes.
Is there a connection to
There
your
is.
people?
And the connection has more to do with another being that is another offshoot of the channel, another future self that has already been mentioned that we refer to as Willa.
Okay.
A female hybrid 700 years in your future who lives in the Ireland area. Near what then is called Port Dublin, because the sea levels have risen.
Okay. One other question was, there is in Ireland a rock formation. This was another synchronicity with your symbols of the hexagon.
Yes.
So there's a rock formation called the Giant's Causeway.
Yes, yes, yes. Basaltic. Yes?
Yes. Is there any connection with that, or is that purely a natural occurrence?
It's a natural phenomenology because it crystallizes in that form.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Does that help you?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right. Then, Erin Gobra.
Slan.
Nania.
Ahoj Bashare.
And to you, good day.
Hello, Bashar.
Začnu trošku jiným tématem, který tady nikdo neotevřel.
Let me start with a topic that nobody has opened
Oh,
yet.
all right. How exciting.
A to je zajímavé, tak jo?
A to jsou moje slzy.
And the topic is my tears.
Your tears.
Tvoje slzy?
Ano. Narodilo se mi těžce postižený dítě. V naší rovině se tomu říká postižený. Vím, že u vás to tak není.
I have a child that is disabled.
S nadšením.
I know that in your reality you wouldn't call it that way, but in our reality we call it that way.
Alespoň jsem to tak cítila a cítím. Jsem se pustila do péče.
With the strongest excitement I could generate, I started to look after the child.
Yes.
Prošla jsem s ní 25 let.
We have gone together, we have been together for 25 years.
Yes.
Dostala jsem se s ní na dno.
I reached my very bottom with her.
Bottom? What do you mean?
Co myslíte tím?
Are you
Dnem,
exhausted? Frustrated?
Tak samozřejmě hraje tam,
Well, of course.
hraje tam roli ego, taky, které si přálo uzdravení.
My ego plays an important role because I wished that she was healed.
But what are you learning about yourself by being in a relationship with this child?
Přijímat věci tak, jak jsou.
To accept things as they are.
And?
Přijímat sebe.
Accept myself.
Učit se nějaký svobodě.
To learn some freedom.
Bohužel se mi po 25 letech podařilo se s ní velice úzce emočně spojit.
Unfortunately, after 25 years together, I found myself being bound emotionally very strongly with her.
Why is that unfortunate?
Protože je to určitá psychická závislost a já se velice těžce od ní odlučuju.
Because I feel psychologically attached to her too much and it's hard for me to detach from her.
Why is it difficult?
Strach.
Fear.
Of what?
Čeho? Strach.
Aby se jí něco nestalo.
I'm worried that something bad could happen to her.
Are you the only person that can help?
Bylo to doposavat tak.
It has been this way so far.
Can you not allow yourself to expand your sense of freedom and attract into your lives other people who can also be of assistance?
Já jsem se jakoby snažila, ale
I tried, but
asi jsem se styděla.
maybe I feel guilty
Nebo jsem se obvinila.
or blame, or maybe I blamed myself.
Well, you don't have to blame yourself. The idea is to attract a family, to attract a village. Do you not have a saying that it takes a village to raise a child? Attract a village to be of assistance. You don't have to be guilty about that. You are attracting assistance and things will go better for everyone.
Já se o to teď snažím mentálně.
I'm mentally trying.
It's not about mentally trying.
Není to to.
You have to let go of the idea of blame.
No, mám prostě teďka jakoby na tom dně ty slzy a chci se zeptat, jestli je to dobře. Na tom dně.
Aha.
Pomyslným. A pláču.
I feel to be, I feel I have reached the very bottom and I keep crying.
You said that, but you're not letting go of blaming yourself.
A jak s tím obviněním
And how can I
naložit?
How can I deal with the blame?
Does it serve you to blame yourself?
Ne, já jsem to dokonce ani dlouho nevěděla, že se obvinuju.
No, it doesn't. But the thing is, I wasn't even aware of the fact that I blame myself.
But now you are.
Já jsem totiž od malička byla trochu jiná.
I was always kind of different from my very young age.
Než i v mé rodině. Sourozenci kolem mě, všechny děti, všechny lidi.
I was different than my siblings, than other people in my family, the other people around me.
So what has this got to do with the circumstance?
Že jsem se hodně uzavřela.
That I closed myself.
Well, open yourself again.
No.
You're not attracting anyone else because you're closed.
Jsem se právě dostala do takové slepé uličky
I
a vidím to.
I can see that now, that I'm in dead end road.
Then start to live.
Takže
You need to start seeing the so-called disabled person as a strong spirit. And you need to use some of that strong spirit within yourself to attract what you need. You need to open up and live again.
Ona právě byla na tom od začátku špatně.
Her situation wasn't very good from the very start. From
I don't care. It doesn't matter. You can do it now.
A já jsem právě z těch očí vždycky četla tu sílu.
In her eyes I could read the strength.
Then use that reflection to find the strength in yourself and open up and attract what you need.
No právě o to teďka se začínám snažit, nebo snažit, dělám to.
This is what I'm trying to do now.
All right, but just do it. Just open up. Just let go of the blame. Let go of all the negativity. And stop trying to do everything yourself.
Nevím přesně, kde ty lidi hledat.
I don't know where to find the people. I don't know where to look for the people.
You don't have to know that. You need to open up first, and then synchronicity will bring you the information. But you have to open up first, or the information can't come.
Rozumím.
I understand.
Then relax, let go, forgive yourself, stop blaming yourself, let go of those negative beliefs.
Ty negativní myšlenky jsou tak silný.
The negative beliefs and thoughts are so strong.
Že mě
That's an illusion.
To je jenom
iluze.
Aha, illusion.
Že mě stáhnou.
That I feel they are dragging me down.
Again, listen carefully. Listen carefully. Negative beliefs will do everything to reinforce themselves, to make themselves seem difficult to change. That's an illusion, it's a trick, it's a lie. It's just what they do to perpetuate themselves. You have to see through that illusion. You have to know it's a lie.
Zeptám se dál.
Let me ask again.
Písemný channeling
Written channeling
mi napsal,
wrote me,
že má ze mě vystoupit apartiše. Co to je?
that apartisha, which I have never heard of, is supposed to step out of me.
This is just a way of phrasing it. It's an old-fashioned way of phrasing it. It's just another way of saying you need to let go of all the negative beliefs that are not in alignment with your true frequency.
I see.
You need to be yourself, and you need to recognize when you are being lied to by a negative belief that's going to make you feel afraid to let it go. But the fear is just a trick. You need to know it's just a trick.
Teď došlo k obrovskému čištění plic, dcery.
My daughter's lungs are cleaning or are being cleaned.
A já jsem jí to musela vysávat.
And I had to vacuum it
ve fyzickém světě.
In the physical world.
A nespala jsem už 5,5 měsíce.
For 5.5 months I haven't slept.
Takže ty...
Stop.
Přestaň, počkej.
Stop connecting to what was. Start paying attention to what is now. Use these ideas to free yourself, open up, and attract what you need. Doesn't matter what went before. You can change. You can do it now. You can open up. You can attract what you need. Stop connecting to the past.
Ještě se to děje.
I'm still unable to do so.
Then that's your choice, which means you believe you're getting something out of staying where you are.
Je to tak.
I see.
So
it is the case, really.
Yes, stop playing martyr. Otherwise, you are more disabled than the child.
Zeptám se, proč,
Let me ask,
když leží, cuká hlavou.
Why is she flipping her hat? She's laying down and she's kind of...
Never mind.
To je úplně jedno.
Focus on what you need to do right now. Just focus on letting go of what's not working for you. When you say you're unable to do it, you are buying into another negative belief. Pay attention to what you're saying and catch yourself when you say those things, because they are indications of beliefs that aren't working for you, and they're not facts, they're just beliefs.
Ano.
Stay present. Open up. Attract what you need. You can do it. I know you can. I can see that you can. Let go of the things that don't work for you. Let in what will work for you. Relax.
Zeptám se,
Let me ask.
čemu se mám otevřít?
To whom shall I open? To
yourself. Your full self. Your higher mind. Your soul. Your spirit. All that is. Creation itself. Just relax into knowing you are equally supported with everyone else, and if you just relax into that, the flow of what you need will come to you. You're the one keeping it away.
Můžu se otevírat i tobě
Can
a
I even
mluvit s
open
tebou
to you? Can I talk
doma?
to you
You
while I'm at
have been
home?
talking to us. You can continue to talk to us, but understand that when you talk to us, you're actually speaking with your higher mind, and that's fine, and your higher mind can guide you. But you can use us as a permission slip. You can use us as an excuse to talk to your higher mind. Yes, that's fine.
Abych měla nějaký, jakoby, ne cíl, ale
I need to have a goal,
spojení.
not a goal, but a connection.
You have a connection. There's never any disconnection. You need to know that. You need to stop pretending that you're not connected. That's all you need to do. Does that help you?
Já jsem proto tady stojím.
This is why I'm standing here.
All right. Then take what you have been given and apply it in your life. That's all you need to do right now.
Ano.
Yes.
Ještě se zeptám.
One more thing to
No,
ask.
that's enough.
Ne, to je vše.
Take what you have and apply it.
Ano. Děkuji.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Děkuji.
Hello.
Nania.
Okay, so we have some questions. One of them is, how can the people of Europe participate in the 30 Days of Disclosure postcard experiment?
We have already described that to some degree in our opening monologue. You can, every single day, send a postcard to the different governments of your world saying that you would request disclosure in the most positive way. Send a postcard every single day for 90 days.
Okay, thank you. How does this affect anyone else when there is no others, only reflections of our state of being?
Again, you are connected to everyone, even though you're creating your own versions and reflections of them, doesn't mean you're not connected to them and not communicating on higher levels. It's still up to everyone to decide whether to match your vibration or not and share a similar reality. So everyone gets to make their own decision as to how to participate with you. But just because you're creating reflections of them doesn't mean you're not actually interacting with them.
So when you see another reflection of another person, and it's your version that you're connecting to and seeing,
yes,
how does that relate to other versions of the person that the other person is actually experiencing of themselves that you're not seeing?
It relates only in the sense that you're seeing the version you need to see to reflect to you what it is you believe to be true at that moment.
So that same one being can be perceived by, an infinite number of people in a sense, and they will see
something
the version
slightly different. Yes.
That's reflective of what their own
Sometimes something massively different. Just depends on what you need to see, what you need to create as a reflection of your interaction with that being.
So it's just a very holographic representation.
Completely.
So each individual is a holographic representation that you will perceive the version of that's related to whatever you're exploring or whatever is necessary for you to bring to the party for the other person.
Correct.
Okay. It's really neat how that works.
Yes, it is.
How can we use sound, like in chanting or singing? How do these things actually cause physical transformation?
Again, the idea is that everything is resonance, and when you hit certain harmonics that are representative of what you would call golden ratios, golden proportions, the underlying structure of consciousness in those terms, then you can align with those constructs in a more harmonious way when you create the harmonies that are representative of them. It can be a very powerful permission slip.
Okay. I know, and it's a lot of fun to listen to music. I know we as humans are really attracted to music, a lot of us, and you've talked about how the music that's created on your planet is actually quite simple from our perspective.
Yes.
But very rich from your perspective.
Yes.
How does that work?
We can hear overtones in other dimensions that you can't hear. Other harmonies that are out of the range of your perception.
And so does that actually speak to the idea that as we evolve and we expand, that it takes less and less to get more and more?
Yes. You become more efficient. You become more hyperconductive. As we often say, the greatest power requires the gentlest touch. So the more you live in the moment, the more everything is here, the more you have access to everything. It becomes effortless.
And a lot of people want to know, have you ever come to Earth before? And
before what?
Before what?
Yes, before what?
Have you ever set foot on the planet?
I have never set physical foot on your planet.
So how do you go about visiting our planet at this point?
From my ship.
So you just either, how do you see us?
I can see in a variety of ways. My ship can absorb information that can be processed telepathically in my consciousness. I can extend my consciousness in a variety of ways through the channel's eyes to absorb what needs to be absorbed. I can extend into energy fields on your planet that touch into energy fields of all the individuals in a particular area, and I can absorb information that way and many other ways.
So you don't have like a big screen in your spaceship where you can watch us like a comedy show?
The big screen is in my head. And you are a very big comedy show. Interesting that you would applaud that.
Well, it's nice to know we're good for something, huh?
Oh, you are good for everything.
There have been questions like about Germany, like, hot spots, vortexes, locations that are...
That's another subject for another time.
All right, we won't go there then. And how can we activate or reactivate more strands of the multidimensional DNA?
I believe you all know the formula already.
Okay. But maybe people don't understand the whole thing about reactivating the DNA.
As you upgrade your frequency and your vibration, everything that then keys to those harmonics gets reactivated and turned on.
And the effect of those
is
markers...
an acceleration of more expansion.
And so we become more sensitive to other energies.
Yes.
And receive closer connection with our higher mind, get greater downloads of
Yes.
information that we require.
Yes.
So that's one of the things that happens when you follow your excitement.
Exactly. You expand your ability to act on more excitement and experience more excitement. You open up all the channels.
Okay.
Yes?
And I guess lastly, would you like to share something about yourself that perhaps we're not aware of?
Did you know that I will sometimes sneak a peek through the eyes of cats? because they can see interdimensionally and are open to the idea of harmonizing with many different extraterrestrial consciousness forms in such a way that they, while they look like they're just innocently walking around and looking at you and lying in the corner and sunbathing, may actually be extraterrestrial probes. This is why, in ancient times, cats were considered the familiars of those who practiced the concept of magic and wizardry, because it was instinctively understood that they were capable of bridging physical and non-physical reality and allowing beings from other levels to, in a sense, see through their eyes and learn things and communicate in various ways. Knowing this, we will suppose you will probably never look at your cat the same way again.
Oh my goodness. And if I remember correctly, you do a really nice purr yourself. Is that because you're so familiar with cats?
To some degree.
But that is an expression of your civilization also?
From time to time, we actually do have the ability to purr.
That's absolutely lovely.
What you don't know about that, though, is that's another form of communication that we have to a different life form that we're connected to that we haven't talked about before. And will not talk about now. But we'll give you that hint for the moment.
Okay.
And at this time, you have requested a meditation?
Yes. So we will take a 15-minute break, and then we will resume for the holotope meditation to allow you to crystallize all the information you have received today.
Then we will resume our transmission at that time. Take a short break.
So when everybody takes their seat, that we'll get started with the holotope meditation. We thank you for helping to expand this energy and take our planet to a new and better place. So thank you so very much.
All right, I'll say, let us continue this transmission by allowing yourselves to become very relaxed. Relax in your chairs. Let go of all of the cares of the day. Allow your body to just relax. Allow your energy and your thoughts to just relax. And allow your eyes to remain on the holotope. For this is a reflective window, a reflection of the multidimensional aspects of your being, of your consciousness. Allow yourself to drift and take a deep breath in and let it out. And take another deep breath in and let it out. And one more deep breath in and hold it and hold it and blow it out. And continue to breathe deeply, gently, easily. And as you do so, allow your attention again to remain on the holotope as a symbol of the multidimensional aspects of your being and all the connections that you have to all different beings and all different levels. in all different dimensions, connecting as family to other civilizations. Just drift with it. Allow the colors and the changing, shifting patterns within the holotope to be communicating with your neurological system. Just allow the information to drift into being within your consciousness, to absorb through the light and the sound all of the information that you need to connect, to open up to the realization that you are connected to many other levels of awareness. Drift and dream. Just open up and relax. You may bring your music up. And as you feel the vibrations of the music rise, and as you experience the colors together with the resonance of light and sound, allow yourselves to imagine. Imagine the experience of open contact when your world is different, when there are the comings and goings of beings from many civilizations, when this is your natural experience of your world, when you can encounter many different kinds of entities, many different kinds of perspectives, many different kinds of experiences, all coming and going, walking with you, walking around you, in all directions, on all levels. And as you gaze into the center of the holotope, into the center of this reflection of your inner being, you begin to feel those lines of light connecting outward from the core of your body, stretching outward like a net to all the different vast realities and realms, dimensions, and civilizations, and experience energy flowing along those lines, energy that brings and sends information, energy that brings and sends energy to you as you need it, inspiration as you need it, imagination as you need it, guidance as you need it. Allow it to flow back and forth, in and out, to the ends of the universe and back to you, always bringing you something new, bringing you a new insight, a new inspiration, a new perspective. Allow yourself to breathe this in and crystallize the connections within you. And again, immerse yourself in that reality, in that energy, in that vibration, in that resonance of being part of a galactic family. Imagining raising your eyes to the stars and the feeling that comes with knowing beings from those stars personally, knowing that they are your friends, knowing that they are your family, knowing that you share many different things in common while simultaneously having an expansive array of diverse perspectives, experiences, and understandings that enriches your world beyond measure, that creates a tapestry of color, sound, light, love, that opens you up to the infinite possibilities of creation, that begins to expand your consciousness into an awareness that every single being you will ever meet on and off the earth shall simply be another reflection of you from a different point of view, from a different understanding. All the reflections are an infinite hall of mirrors that stretches to infinity. And in each mirror, like the facet of an infinite crystal, is another angle and another reflection of your being, with a different shape and a different heart and different eyes and a different mind, a different language, a different way. But in all of this diversity and in the allowance and strengthening of this infinite diversity comes harmony. For each in that tapestry is a thread, and without your thread and all the other threads, there would be no weave, there would be no tapestry, there would be nothing. Each of you is a thread in that tapestry of infinite creation, woven in and connected to all other threads to form the beautiful patterns of life and love and light that are reflections and expressions of all that is, of the infinite, of existence itself. Imagine and immerse yourself again in that day and in those times when other beings shall walk among you, hand in hand with you, and stretch your vision outward to the stars, when you yourselves shall rise above the bonds of gravity and shall stretch forth your consciousness, your being, to other worlds, where you shall engage with them in a new exploration, in a new sharing, in a new synthesis of understanding and knowledge and experience. When you shall be the ones from the stars, bringing into the galactic family new members, new brothers, new sisters, new fathers and mothers, new children, increasing and expanding the infinite family of all that is. Gaze still more deeply into the holotope. Allow it to start appearing to be deeply dimensional with every shift in shade, color, tone, light, and sound. It brings forth a depth of understanding, a depth of awareness, a depth of experience and knowledge to you. Everything you need in perfect timing. Everything you need in your life. Everything that is a reflection of you, so that you, in the fullness of your being, can stretch out to other beings so that they may know who you are, truly who you are, and see the light of creation within you shine forth, illuminating all other beings with whom you come in contact as they illuminate you, and together form a brighter, brighter, and brighter incandescence that fills the universe to infinity and fades as you absorb it back into your being, and know that you contain all the stars, all the galaxies, all the universes within creation. All are within you. And in the expansion of contact, you realize that as you contact more and more and more and more levels within yourself, that a reflection of each of those levels will be another being, another civilization that you encounter, since you contain them all and they contain you. Allow yourselves to breathe this in deeply. Make it your own. Make it your truth, if you so desire. And allow yourself to feel the warmth of that support, of that interconnectedness, of the beauty of your being. Breathe it in and make it your own. Crystallize it for yourself in your consciousness. And know that no matter where you walk, where you go, you are home. You are home. You are home. Welcome home to your family among the stars. Continue to breathe gently, easily, and open up once again to all that needs to come to you to support you. Embrace it, allow it. Let it flow along the lines of all of the cells of your body, allowing you to feel and perceive the dream that is physical reality. For it is a dream of your spirit. And allow us together to awaken within this dream. Awaken together within this dream. Awaken together within this dream. Breathe it in, gently and easily, and feel the unconditional support and love of creation flow through you, and fill your hearts, and fill your souls, and fill your minds, and you are fulfilled. Allow yourselves to float freely now, and just dream and imagine and stretch forth your vision of that day when you have contacted yourself more deeply and received the reflections of contact from all who will join you on that day. Continue to breathe. Continue to breathe. Continue to breathe. Allow your music to soften. Allow your lights to dim. Allow it to soften into silence. Allow it to soften. Allow it to be absorbed by you. And just float freely in the infinite void so that you may perceive the spark of infinite light that emanates from the core of your being.
Just drift and dream and breathe. Be at peace. Be at peace. Be at peace. And welcome home. Just breathe. Awaken slowly into your new selves, into your new world, into your new reality. Contact is within you. Our unconditional love to you all. Be at peace. Good day.